environment and operating environment faced by our, in particular, our youth and young people, the reality that was articulated in our Olympic values and Olympic spirit, the philosophy of Olympism, and the values articulated by the Commonwealth Games Federation and the Commonwealth Games family are facing particular challenges. The question that we will wrestle with over a couple of hours is if it is that we have the shared belief of the power of sport, the power of physical activity, to make change in the lives of our youth and young people. How do we, as CANOC sport leaders and sport decision makers, wrestle, confront, challenge, explore, and come up with solutions that are relevant to the contemporary world of which sport, physical activity, and the physical education is now facing? Artificial intelligence, robotics, technology, advanced doping mechanisms, gun violence, and we can go on and on, are now challenging each one of us. And that was very evident in the conversation on the 4th and 5th of October. So, in welcoming you and thanking you for taking the time to support and participate in advance, that's the challenge we are facing. Only this morning, we would have woken up to the news of the gunning down of a very involved Caribbean man and Caribbean sports personality in Gibbs Williams, the vice principal of GC Foster and the West Indies under-19 manager, trainer, motivator. We also would have awoken to the news of what appears to be war between Hamas and Israel. The relevance of all that is the changing and fast-changing environment with which sport operates. And we are now called on more and more to not just focus on competition, games, and selecting teams. So, on that note, folks, we just have some words to come. I will ask the Secretary General of the Barbados Olympic Association, Mr. Simmons, who I would anticipate, and we would all anticipate, is an appropriate stand-in, because next on the agenda we would have had a welcome from the President of the host country and host NOC, the Barbados Olympic Association. Mr. Simmons, I thank you and invite you. Mr. Simmons, I thank you and invite you to the podium. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you, Brian. Members of the executive of CANOC, delegates, good morning to everyone. I don't know where our president is. I'm sure she's here, but maybe it's a mix-up in the timing. But let me begin by, on behalf of the Olympic Committee of Barbados, thank you for being here. It's a pleasure on behalf of the Olympic Association to welcome you to our beautiful island, Barbados. I see many new delegates who have arrived since yesterday, so I'm happy to see you here to Barbados. On behalf of the Olympic Association, we hope that the deliberations will be very fruitful. As you know, this is a standard workshop we have every year with the CANOC, since we said it's the 10th edition of the workshop. And I want to take this opportunity to also hope that tomorrow's General Assembly goes very, very well. And we certainly hope you enjoy this hospitality we have to offer you, and safe travels, as we know that this will be an exciting and fruitful deliberation next few days. So thank you very much, and good luck to everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Secretary General Erskine Simmons. We'll now acknowledge and invite to the podium to give his opening remarks at this, the 10th annual CANOC workshop, the President of CANOC, Mr. Keith Joseph.
Thank you very much, General Secretary Brian Lewis. Protocol having been established, on behalf of the executive of the Caribbean Association of National Olympic Committees, and indeed on behalf of all of our stakeholders, our hosts and others, let me welcome you to our 10th annual CANOC workshop. Under the theme, Caribbean Sports Influence, Impactful Programming and Initiatives. I want to thank our host, the Barbados Olympic Association, for being here over the last several days. And as Brian mentioned in his opening remarks, we've had 2 days of a workshop on sustainability led by the International Olympic Committee's Department on Sustainability. 10 years of sustained activity is an importantly historical milestone. And for us at CANOC, the achievement of this milestone has added significance. A significance that marks our continuing growth and development as a regional sport organization. One with a clearly defined commitment to fully explore the remarkable power of sport and use its many facets to engender and sustain solidarity and unity among the peoples of our Caribbean. Our commitment to sport as a vehicle for development, always influencing the dynamics of change, has brought us to an inflection point in our history. An inflection point with enormous challenges, but with even greater resolve to build upon past experiences and fashion for ourselves as a collective a pathway for future generations of our Caribbean peoples. I ask you, for example, how many of us are aware of the role played by Sir Larry Constantine, the legendary CLR James, and our Caribbean cricketers plying their trade in English county cricket, in building awareness of and creation of strategies and programs that sensitize and motivated our peoples to push for the independence of our Caribbean countries. How many of us are aware of the role of some of our sports leaders in the global sport environment? To have an organization like the International Association of Athletics Federations, for example, move away from the blighted scourge of weighted voting to one where one member federation has the same vote as everyone at the table. That was achieved by the Bahamas' leader of athletics at the time. How many of us are aware of the role played by one of our leaders actually sitting in this room in getting FINA, as it was called at the time, to establish a development fund that has now evolved into the Olympic Assistance Support Program from World Aquatics. There must also be use of 75% of that grant for the benefit of athletes, as well as assistance for governance. The foregoing and other initiatives have signaled to the international sporting fraternity that our Caribbean sport leaders, like our athletes, are coming of age. Coming of age enough to all of us to positively impact meaningful change in the international community. But there is much more to be achieved. Why is there still weighted voting, for example, in the substantive decision-making processes at Pan Am Sports? Why are so many silent on the persistence of the scourge of racism in sport? Why are athletes left out of the process of decision-making relative to adequate recognition and compensation in key sports? Why does gender inequality still exist in sport, including those practiced in the Caribbean? CANOC as a collective must allow its voice to be heard on sport development everywhere. That our athletes compete, our officials participate, our coaches engage in the training of others. We must therefore seize the moment. We must establish an unwavering commitment to build upon our achievements on and off the field, on every front and at every forum. We have a right to be there, and we have a right and a responsibility to impact proceedings in global sport. We have much work to do. On October 3rd this year, I wrote to our members in my weekly message, and I quote, "2 decades do not seem much, but we have traveled long, and we have worked assiduously to achieve this important milestone. We are still, however, confronted by individuals and organizations of larger institutions, but we have withstood them all, and we have risen with chance of our commitment to go beyond the possible. For us, our mantra, beyond possible, is at once an ambitionful refrain that is consistent with the history of our peoples through the ages and our enduring ambition to being our true selves as Caribbean people. Dear friends, I welcome you. I welcome those who will lead us in our discussions today. And I urge you to understand clearly the responsibility that befalls us all as Caribbean people, to take control of our destiny in sport and to do what we can to impact global sport, because it is our right to do so. Thank you.
Thank you very much, President Joseph. And let me take the opportunity to acknowledge the President of the Barbados Olympic Association, Sandra Osborne. I will invite Ms. Osborne. Mr. Simmons did the needful, but we are in keeping with time, so I invite you to give your welcome. Thank you very much, Ms. Osborne. Let us welcome Ms. Osborne. Thank you
very much. Good morning, and my apologies. Mr. Keith Joseph, President of the Caribbean Association of National Olympic Committees, Mr. Brian Lewis, Secretary General, members of the CANOC Executive, as well as CANOC chairs, CANOC Commission chairs and commission members, presidents, secretaries, general, and delegates, specially invited guests, facilitators, panel members, ladies and gentlemen, all friends in sport, good morning. Sport is increasingly being acknowledged as one of the key pillars of socio-economic development. It is a unique tool that is at our service to achieve a better society. Many of the important issues facing our societies today are issues that either affect sport directly or issues to which sport can contribute, thereby strengthening its role in society. Its role as an enabler in the achievement of the UN Sustainable Development Goals is now widely acknowledged, and work under the UN Sport for Action framework is gaining momentum. Indeed, the IOC Sustainability Workshop held here over the last 3 days, and this workshop today present us with an opportunity to reflect on the fact that sport, in my own words, is more than just sport. I am confident that the IOC workshop will act as a catalyst, as will this one, for some NOCs, and will bolster the commitment of existing programs of others in the area of climate action and the other key areas that we will be addressing over today. We are therefore particularly pleased with the themes around today's workshop, which include sports like sports value framework, human rights, reparatory justice, and sustainability. It is our hope that our deliberations will result in concrete action to address some of these burning issues. My remarks this morning are deliberately brief, as we have much to cover today. So let me close by extending a warm welcome to our visitors to Barbados, especially those visiting for the first time, and especially warm welcome to you and a pleasant stay, however short it may be. And to those of you who will be joining us remotely, my welcome is no less sincere. So I wish everyone a successful workshop, and thank you for the opportunity to address you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Osborne. Let me take this opportunity on behalf of the CANOC executive, and I dare say all of us, to especially acknowledge in our presence Mr. Steve Stout, who is considered one of the founding presidents of CANOC. Mr. Stout, folks, we could do better than that, I mean, regardless. Thank you very much, Mr. Stout. As our president would have indicated, the journey to where we are at now of 20 years, and in a very real way, we are coming out of our teenage years, and all of us who would have gone through teenage years into adulthood know that it is a point where you are, trying to find your voice, figure things out. Some of us may have been kicked out of, left the nest, so you're a big boy and girl now. Fortunately for CANOC, CANOC is comprised of a number of dynamic, vibrant, robust leaders who are never shy of expressing their views and their vision for their individual national Olympic committees. And then CANOC has the unenviable task of marshalling these where it applies to the broader picture into a common and shared vision and value. So the next 30 minutes on the agenda is the topic harnessing the voice of Caribbean sport. Harnessing the voice of Caribbean sport. And we will invite a man, one of our colleagues, one of our friends, who is no stranger to the Olympic sports movement in the Caribbean, although his claim to fame, if I may use that word in a very positive way, is in the winter sport of bobsleigh, and Jamaica's initial attempts to participate in Winter Olympics at bobsleigh. He's also the current sitting chair of the CANOC Marketing and Monetizing Commission. And so let me give you the correct thing. He's the chair of the Media Marketing and Monetizing Commission of CANOC. And the rebranding of that commission was an initiative and the vision of our president, Sir Joseph. And his thinking behind it was to identify and to get CANOC membership to look at media marketing from a monetization perspective, and therefore broadening the horizons of what are we supposed to do? What are the opportunities in this changing, disruptive, at times confusing world that we are now operating in? So on that note, I now invite Mr. Nelson Christian Stokes to the podium. Give him a warm welcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Brian and President Joseph and members here. Edith, good to see you. Good to see you all. I'm not accustomed to being in a room of Caribbean people and it being so quiet. So I feel a little odd. Dave, do we have the presentation up? Can I? No? Okay. Welcome. Good morning. I just want to spend a little time, as we say in the country, setting the table. This is not the main meal. This is to sort of connect the dots to get us to where we want to be and to get us to discuss the issues that we wish to discuss today. So I'm going to ask you to bear with me a little bit as I seek to connect those dots. The commission is a Media Marketing and Monetization Committee, or I call it 3M. And I just want to just touch first and foremost on the where's the actual projector thing? Oh, bear with me, please. The purpose of the commission is to develop plans and make recommendations to the executive of CANOC aimed at brand development and monetization with the ultimate objective of enhancing the organization's sport event, market presence, and financial sustainability. It fits into the model that we got from Sandro, and it speaks directly to the specific things that we want to do. We have met several times, probably 8 or 9 times for the year, and allow me now to spend a little time, and I'm pointing at that, I'm sure that's not where it is. And it's not behind me. Which one? Okay, all right. So, there are 4 areas that we're working in. One is funding, the other is Caribbean Games, service to members, and then advocacy. I'm going to ask you to allow me to address advocacy last. All right, now funding, because I know where we are in the Caribbean, when people hear marketing, it's the guys that raise the money. All right, so it's going to end up being more than that, but allow me please to spend a little time on that. So we looked at several initiatives under funding, expanding common, solidarity and Pan Am Sport support. Again, I like it, but I'm a little hesitant because it means us asking somebody else to give us more money, right? Identify grant funding, and we'll spend a lot of time on that today to support the organization. Explore CARICOM funding, because I believe that sport and CANOC has a role to play in the development of the region. It is not just running up and down, winning medals. We in the Caribbean need to understand the force, power, and use of sport in developing CARICOM as a region. And therefore, I believe that CANOC needs to have a seat at the table with CANOC and not just be in the kitchen
or being, have a note of congratulations when we do well on the field of sport. We need to be at the table because sport is a tool for national, regional development. Identify and lock in commercial IP rights. This is a very touchy issue. I was in Europe 2 weeks ago, spent a lot of time with IMG. The matter of IP rights, how you fund organizations is changing. It's changing for the IOC right now, and they have to come to terms with it. Right now, the IOC gets 80% of its funding from TV rights. But what do we see happening? More and more of that intellectual property, and follow me, is being accumulated in the athlete. Not in the NOC, not in the event, not in the IOC, not in the IF, in the athlete. And the time is coming where you're going to have to compensate the athlete first, and those IP rights are going to come to the athlete. The revenues from those IP rights are going to come from the athlete to the athlete first. And we are not prepared for that. Here in CANOC, we need to start thinking about that and seeking to address that. Corporate sponsorships are important. Not the old-time thing where, give me X dollars and I'll put an A board on the field, right? Corporations are now looking for what they call activations. How are we going to work together in social media, events, branding, getting likes, getting people to follow you, and somewhere in there, pitch our products and services. So my quote-unquote sponsorship of you is directly tied to my sales generation. All right, and we have to start to warm to that. And whereas the idea is old, the tools used nowadays to do that are new. They're almost entirely digital. And we have to improve our capacity to play in that space. The Caribbean Games, very important games, something I'm passionate about, and here is why. All of us have been to Olympic Games, World Track and Field Championships, World Athletics Championships, and so on. Caribbean persons are the stars. And we're bringing glory, bringing revenue to other parts of the world. And we need to claim our own assets and develop our own games among ourselves as part of our national identity, of part of having the courage to recognize that we are people too, we're a region too, we are legitimate countries too, and we can leverage and monetize assets that we generate. We don't always have to take it to somebody else so they can benefit from it. It's a very important thing, and this is one of the underlying reasons why the Caribbean Games is so important. I know it's tough, but anything that is started always is. Always is. So the fact that it is tough, the fact that we may get it wrong, and the fact that we may fail in doing it is not a reason to not do it, President. It's not a reason to not do it. Make the mistake and come back, learn and come back. We have to get the Caribbean Games right because it is our athletes that the world wants to see, and we have a duty to give them a stage in the Caribbean. Review learnings from the games, state of play of the next games is a whole other things. Program qualification, so on and so forth. We have a lot to do, but that's the major point I want to make as it relates to the games. Service to members, there's a whole budget section on that we do still need to speak about. CANOC, as sort of a trade body, a central body, wishes to deliver services to you. Quote-unquote smaller NOCs, I'm not even sure what that means. People tell me that, Jamaica and Cuba are big NOCs, and I'm looking at the map and I'm like, okay. I guess if you carve out this part of the world, they're big. But we're still small, right? Here is what I want to spend some time on today. Advocacy, right? And your response may be, what does that have to do with sport? As I said before, it is impossible to separate sport from our lives. We have to think about how can we use sport to address our pressing development needs. How can we use it to address the level of education in the Caribbean? That is not where it needs to be. How can we use it to address the economic opportunities in the Caribbean, which is not where it used to be? How can we use it to address violence in the Caribbean, which is our problem? Now, I know that there are other agendas that come to us. Sustainability is important because, I live in Jamaica and entire beaches are going missing. And that's not an exaggeration, right? The sand used to start over there, and now this is the land, the sand is there. All right? I worry about it for my countrymen from the Turks and Caicos. It's a problem. It's not somebody else's problem. It's our problem. No, we're not trying to boil the ocean, but we have to ask ourselves, can we come together in a single voice that can speak to our needs? Because people want our athletes. So we need to decide, how do we use the power of sport in the region to influence things that makes our economies better? There's also the matter of violence. Footballer in Panama murdered after the Gold Cup. Sprinter in Ecuador murdered after a World Championship. Last night in Jamaica, Gibbs Williams shot down like a dog in the street. Don't know who Gibbs Williams is. He's the, and help me here, Aksa, the vice principal at GC Foster College, which is the leading sports college in the Caribbean. And I'm open to debate. Manager of Jamaica's under-19 cricket team. Manager of the West Indies under-19 Rising Stars team. It is not sufficient to say that that is not our issue. If we live in violent countries and it is going to affect sportsmen, we have a duty, if even a self-interested duty, to involve ourselves in reducing violence through sport. And it is not the country's problem. I just want my athlete to go to the Olympics. They are going to kill your athletes as well. So you need, it is a self-interested position to say that we need to address violence in our various nations through sport, and sport remains very, very powerful. Now, I'm going to leave it there because there are some other issues that we're going to get into as it relates to sustainability, reparative justice, and so on. But as we go through those things, I don't want you to be there sitting thinking, what does that have to do with me? There's an old poem, for whom the bell tolls, it tolls for thee. It is your problem. So when we're talking about the history and how we adjust things and how we change things, and we're going to want to say, well, that is a long time ago. We're paying the price now, today. Jamaica paid the price last night for a history, 500 years history of violence. And I know where that comes from. And I know how hard it is to get it out of the psyche from generation to generation. And I don't know how many of you here have watched Les Miserables. Do you hear the people sing? The voice of angry men who have decided never to be slaves again. So let us use sport and put our minds to resolving that issue and making our contribution to the development of the Caribbean from where we are and from where we are learning to be very proud to stand up and say, I am a Caribbean man. Thank you very much. I'm going to ask, by transition, I don't know if you're going to take the conch or no. All right. David, can you come up here with me, please? Okay, we are going to pause a little bit. And maybe I should let you, yes. Just catch your breath a little bit here. We want to start now pivoting to the topic of today. And it's not about speeches and presentations. We need to understand from you where your mind is this relevant? And we are in the Caribbean, so I do not expect any two people to agree. And that's okay, right? But what I want to do is to listen and to understand and see if we can align and go forward. So everybody here should know this gentleman. or brother from a different mother, can I say that? Who has committed himself to worthy causes in the world. We want to get into a little process. He's an outstanding world-class facilitator. And I think I wanted to get into some feedback on what Caribbean sport means, David. And I'm going to invite you to lead that discussion, if you don't mind. Thank you very much.
I may be a little bit more dynamic. It's wonderful to be back in the region. I say probably the past 30 years of my sports career, my favorite work in that time has been the work working with CANOC in this region. Not too far. I always like to say my beautiful home of New Orleans is the northernmost city in the Caribbean. So today we wanted to just really start off by hearing your voices. We wanted to challenge everyone in this room with one word. In one word, tell us what Caribbean sport is and means to you. So one word that describes Caribbean sport. That's a challenge. For me, and I'll start. Bold. And for those of you that know me, one word is really hard. But everything I have seen from this region is bold. So I'm going to start this off, and we're going to pass the microphone around. And for those of you that are new to the region, those of you who are from the region, just think, what is the one word that Caribbean sport embodies? Start.
I would say commitment.
Just pass it.
Opportunity.
Powerful.
Pride.
Power.
Inspiration.
I would say success.
Passion.
Dynamic.
I was also going to say passion.
Identity.
Rencontre.
Fraternity. Family.
Camaraderie. Identidad.
Passion.
Togetherness.
Friendship.
Challenging.
Liberation.
Powerful, and we scored 3 so far. Diversity.
Collaboration.
Pride.
Excellence.
Challenging.
Sadness. Unity. Confusion.
Actualization.
Passion. Colorful.
Opportunity.
Freedom.
Exhilarating.
Unity.
Trailblazing.
Feu d'artifice.
Powerful.
Super.
Excellence. Phenomenal.
Greatness.
Achievement.
And there it is. It means something. It means something to every one of you. About bringing you together. We have this special opportunity every so often to gather, to come together around the campfire and actually make things happen. You've got 20 years of trying to make this happen, to bring every word that each of you mentioned to life, to address, to climb, to hurdle, to beat. All of that is representative. I don't think there's a word that any of you said that isn't truth. This is enormously important as we start to look at a collective way of working, how you measure what is valuable to you, of this community. 29 nations and territories with shared history, shared ambitions. Very, very powerful. So we'll keep those words as we move, and you'll start to see them come out in these presentations and also some of the discourse. So the next, I'll prefer to probably just stand and rotate. So the next presentation, everyone in this room is a VIP. Every one of you is a very important person. Every one of you generates value in the Caribbean as leaders. So you're VIPs. But what if we were to expand what VIP really means? What if we were to look at VIP, meaning that we lead with a strong sense of value, that we drive things forward with impact and having clarity of where we have impact. And on top of that, we lead with real purpose and are able to consistently articulate that purpose. This all gives us the opportunity to build trust with each other, as well as those that we represent and serve. By doing that, by establishing frameworks, many of you and some of your teams were here this week working on workshops that discussed frameworks. If you work within frameworks, can measure your success and your failures, address your issues, and harness your opportunities, that gives you legitimacy. And on top of that, with trust and legitimacy on your side, over time, we become credible. We're talking about media, marketing, and monetization, as Chris was saying. All of that today is really measured on how we lead and how we make the world a better place. And so we'll start off with how do we act responsibly, sustainably, and impactfully. So sport in the Caribbean touches a number of things, and this is really interesting. This is stuff you're already doing. You're already having impact individually in so many areas. So, Caribbean sports impact. Societal. Well, pride was mentioned a number of times. Sport brings pride to your countries, brings pride to you individually, to your teams, to your diaspora, and a real sense of unity. Every games I've been to, Olympics, Paralympics, Commonwealth Games, you name it, Caribbean teams cheer on other Caribbean teams. That doesn't happen everywhere. youth development. I'll never forget Fortuna taking me to her first youth award ceremony and looking at the dynamism of Caribbean youth and the connection with sport and society. But how well is that really, really connected? Some islands are better than others. Some cities are better than others. Some towns are better than others. But there's a strong focus on sport in the Caribbean as a generator for youth development. No question, health and wellness of all the ages, sport for all, and cultural exchange. This is a cultural exchange opportunity. We've heard from an environmental standpoint, the need for greater eco-friendly infrastructure. Not sure some of the Chinese investment that's been made in the Caribbean was probably the most eco-friendly, or even some of the American investment that was made. But the demands now for more eco-friendly infrastructure are here and present. And people expect more and better. The promotion of sustainable tourism. People are making decisions to come to your islands based on the level of social responsibility and environmental responsibility. And of course, sport has also contributed to awareness and education through your academy programs and so many other opportunities. But have you made the bridge between schools and sport? Job creation. In some cases, jobs have been created, but also jobs are cherished. In some cases, tourism, depending on the events, depending on the sport, depending on the island or location. And there's a push, stimulation of infrastructure development, which stimulates the economy to a degree. Brand endorsements and advertisers have been used in many of the islands, and some foreign investment, but that's usually for political or geopolitical reasons. International relations, no question. The Caribbean brand and the brand of each of your countries is part and parcel in your diplomacy work. And also, there's no question that sport, the impact of it showcases the resilience. So commonplace, but also so renowned as in the Caribbean. So Caribbean sport has huge impact already. But is it connected to your sustainability structures? So you have your Sports for All programs, quality education, gender equality, reduced inequalities. These are all points that I think you were covering in terms of SDG work in a number of workshops. I remember when I was at the Commonwealth Games, we had a kickoff in Montego Bay around this, what is this SDG world? Things like sport development and peace, good health and well-being, sustainable cities, peace, justice, and strong institutions. You can't have sustainability and prosperity without peace. And I think your closing remarks, Chris, on your opening session is peace is a big issue. Then finally, sport for climate change and the environment. Again, everything that's been discussed over the past few days in this area, in this workshop, was quite critical. And sport is impacted by all of it. As the islands get smaller because of rising water, there's less available land to play sport. And how can people sustain themselves on an island that's shrinking? These are real risks to the work that you do and the people that you serve and represent. But all of this is underpinned by legitimacy. The decisions that you make, the actions that you take, and that it really comes down to the responsibility. From sports integrity to creating safe environments to the ethical behavior that we use. All of these elements, from doing good due diligence, asking the right questions, to being really open about tough conversations and how we do business, to how we, when things go wrong, how do we fix them, and remediation. To not hurt people, to protect the children that we serve, and to make sure that everyone we have around us we're taking together. To making commitments to big things, tough topics and big issues, constantly questioning ourselves. Are we getting it right? And then finally, always learning. These elements are all about how we come together. And they're often, these big issues are often thrown at us like a shotgun in the world of sport. You'll hear speeches with all these words in it, and it's usually scattered. As the Caribbean comes together, you have the chance to develop a framework of responsible sport that underpins sustainable sport, that delivers impactful sport. You have the chance to take all these big words that we look at. Now, the funny thing is, you're going to think this is a loaded slide, but that last foundational piece, when we talk about the respect, protection, and promotion of human rights, which we'll get to later, all that is about people being at the center of our work and their fundamental rights and freedoms, and how that delivers on the promise. This is a chance for us to take all the things that you're doing individually and collectively and put them together in one measurable, marketable, media-driven value proposition to bring it all together and deliver on the promise. Two more quick slides. So when you look at that, there's a lot of work streams that come out of that, which won't be surprising to you. Lots of work streams of potential, all types of opportunity. Some you're already doing, but are you doing it as part of a value framework and as a team? One Caribbean team, Caribbean sport with many different parts. And if we do this, if we start to take all these pieces, we start to work in this value framework, we have the chance to generate value. Caribbean value, Caribbean sport value, underpinning every word and addressing every challenge that you've mentioned. So I'm going to stop there. And I'll go back to this slide before we go to the next, and I'm going to rely on the Secretary General to keep me straight on time. We want to hear what you think. Questions, challenges. It's a lot to digest quickly. And we're going to give you these presentations after, so the conversation doesn't stop here. But the point is, all this effort has to go somewhere. So, without monopolizing the time, any reflections, some immediate reflections on this? Good, bad, and different. Don't worry about me. I'm not fragile. Anyone? Fortuna, you're usually outspoken. Come on.
Oh, no, I think very thought-provoking there in terms of the presentation. But I think importantly for us in the region, the business side of sport is what is really missing in the scheme of things here. Yes, you have individual countries doing their own, but as a collective, that's the missing element. We're missing, for example, we signed the agreement with the Organization of Eastern Caribbean States. How far have we gone in terms of making that happen? You understand? And so that element of perhaps the resources, you know, to push that agenda is substantially lacking, and I think that is an area that needs a lot of work. You know, how do we build those partnerships to ensure that we get the resources to facilitate the work, you know, that needs to happen in the region? To each his own as it is now. Everybody's in their own space. And so for my part, I think CANOC, in terms of the fundraising and getting the resources to be able to do more in terms of driving the agenda is where I see the weakness, you know, in our institutions. But I think Caribbean sport, you know, they understand in each country what needs to happen. But beyond that, the work that needs to happen there, I think, is where the vagueness comes. So maybe Keith can respond to that, because that's what I see. Sorry, David, sorry, but that's just what I see.
No, that's fine. I think it's so sport, the business up behind this, and the purpose of this. Okay, we're going to go. Thank you. I think just to quickly maybe respond to Keith, did you want to say something? Sorry. Okay. I'll come in after you.
Good morning. I'm going to speak in Spanish in order to explain what I want to say. El Caribe tiene un enorme... Carlos Beltrán de Puerto Rico. El Caribe tiene un enorme potencial de desarrollo en el asunto de la economía deportiva. Pero hay que atreverse, hay que tirarse de cabeza aunque te parte el cuello. Realmente hay que atreverse, hay que arriesgarse, hay que tomar iniciativa colectiva, no individual. Como dijo la compañera, quizá tú construyes en tu área, pero hay que construir colectivamente para que se desarrolle. Porque la gran realidad es que si uno lo hace bien, va a ser contagioso para los demás. Eso me recuerda a un amigo mío que compró un supermercado y tenía las góndolas y me dice, no entra nadie. Y digo, pero es que tiene que surtir las góndolas para que la gente entre a comprar. Hay que invertir en el proyecto. Hay que invertir en el proyecto para poder recoger. Tú no puedes recoger guayaba si no siembras guayaba. Ese es un proceso, porque las palabras son muy lindas, pero hay que ejecutar. Las ideas se quedan en ideas. Hay grandes ideólogos y grandes ejecutadores. Yo creo que el Caribe tiene un gran potencial. ¿Cómo lo hacemos para que ese potencial se convierta en recursos económicos? Porque la gran realidad es que si no tenemos dinero no podemos adquirir algunas cosas, porque no podemos seguir dependiendo del gobierno, no podemos seguir dependiendo de PANAM, no podemos depender del Comité Olímpico Internacional, no podemos seguir dependiendo, tenemos que crear nuestra propia estructura para poder fabricar el castillo que nosotros queremos. Eso es mi opinión.
Gracias. Gracias, thank you. Keith, do you want to intervene? Sorry.
Lo siento, voy a hablar un poco en español también para dar mis pensamientos sobre el tema. Y es por eso estamos aquí, amigo. Es por eso estamos aquí, para solucionarlos juntos todos los problemas, porque son muchos, ¿cierto? Y lo más importante es, después de todas las conversaciones y todo eso, y las reuniones y la comida, tenemos que llegar a un acuerdo sobre las tareas específicas para llevarnos al punto en que quiero estar. Y no es fácil, es muy difícil sin duda, pero tenemos que comenzar con la primera etapa, ¿no? Por eso estamos aquí hoy. Y estoy totalmente de acuerdo. Y todos nosotros He estado en reuniones en que hablamos mucho y después nada pasa. ¿No? Nada. Pero bajo del liderazgo del presidente Keith, es mi sentido y mi observación que cosas van a cambiar en la dirección más correcta en términos de acciones, tareas específicos. Pero sí es un problema y no estoy de aquí para hablar, pero llegar a soluciones, ideas que podemos usar para impulsarnos hacia nuestros objetivos. Es mi opinión. Gracias.
I just want to say that, you know, we beat up on ourselves a lot. And we don't always take on board the incremental steps that we have made going forward. I made mention of the West Indies cricket scenario. So Hilary Beckles has written a book on liberation cricket. In fact, he's written several books on cricket and what it has done for us as a Caribbean people. We tend to refer to two institutions within the Caribbean that we hold up as models of the opportunities that are available to us for working collectively. Interestingly, CARICOM is not mentioned as one of those institutions. But West Indies Cricket is, and so too the University of the West Indies. Those two institutions, we've been able to take them, in spite of all our differences. Alfred made mention of confusion. Yes, there is confusion. But we try to resolve that confusion, and we have been doing so. Every time we pick a West Indies cricket team, somebody gets up in some country and says, our player should have been on the team, etc., etc. But once the team gets out on the field, it is the different thing. When Trinidad and Tobago was playing in the first preliminaries to get to the World Cup in 1989, anybody who followed what was happening in the region, there was no Jamaica or Trinidad or Grenada. The Caribbean Media Corporation was able to showcase women in Jamaica painting their nails in the red, white, and black. People in Barbados looking to find red, white, and black somewhere that they could wear on the day of the game. It didn't matter which island was representing us. It was that it represented us. Those of us who sat in the stadium and watched Keyshawn Walcott take the lead in the javelin throw for the very first round. And it's amazing because at the time, not even the Trinidad gathering had really taken it seriously because they said, he's a youngster, he just won World Juniors, etc., etc. So they were happy that he was in the lead for the first round. Then he remained in the lead for the second round. But when it got to the final three throws, every Caribbean person, any part of the world, was rooting for him to stay in the lead. And he did. And we have seen that repeated so many, many times. We talk about a whole lot of things that are possible. But once we do it together as Caribbean people, once we try to get our differences aside, the water that separates us means nothing when we have the ambition. St. Lucia's, what we call them, Nobel laureates, are as much belonging to the Caribbean as those from Trinidad and Tobago or any other country for that matter, because they embody at that moment all of our aspirations, all that is good in us, and all the potential that is resident in us. It is we who don't often trust ourselves. because we're too busy sometimes allowing the legacy of our colonized experience to pull us back into trying to be better than the others. But when Kim Collins won the World Championships, Jamaicans, the Caribbean people all together felt that here was a 45,000 population that produced an athlete from within our bosoms, nurtured within our region, was able to sit on top of the world. It was all of our achievement. And I'm saying it requires of us an understanding of where we are, where we have come from, and the immense potential we have had and we have shown in different fields of endeavor. That sport is just another such field that gives us that opportunity to exploit and at the same time to unify us in that exploitation.
I think we had, okay, the floor. Yes.
All right, thank you very much. Good morning. When we talk about a value framework, I tend to focus very much on the word value. So when we talk about sport and Caribbean people in sport, what really is the value of it to us? And in many ways, I think that is what is missing within us. I mean, what does it really mean to us? Keith just talked about, and I agree, Keith, about the times we beat upon ourselves and not realizing sometimes the incremental steps that we've taken. But I put a question at the end of that, and that is the incremental steps we have taken to where? I mean, where are we actually going? What does it actually mean to us? And forgive me if I adopt the analogy that has been already taken, and that is the one of cricket. When the Sir Larry Constantines and the Frank Worrells and later on the Viv Richards and so on were playing cricket, we had a feeling not just of winning, just of coming together. I heard a word over there this morning, freedom, as the one word. It gave us a sense of achievement, of going someplace. The word I used was actualization. It was, sport is, for me, is about us, of becoming, but again, becoming what? What really is our identity? And who are we? And what is sport doing for us in that? Or else, we are going to end up, as we have in the past, and let's go back to cricket, with, in any case, we play in a game, Brian Lara makes another 200, and so on, what, we lose the game anyhow. You know? So and so, Curtly Ambrose takes 6 for 15 in a great spell, and at the end, what does that mean? Our athletes, they have personal bests, they break national records, but what is this really for? Where are we going? And how does that help us to carve an identity? And finally, I'll say, a friend asked me this morning what I thought about reparations, and I'll confess I expressed some ambivalence. Because in the end, for me, and so what is reparations about? And suppose we get reparations, then what? What will that achieve for us? Because for me, in the end, reparations has to come from within. Because it ain't something just, we get it physically, because no matter what is paid, given to us, compensated to us, nothing can ever compensate. Nothing can ever compensate. So, what happens is we have to get to a place inside of us that we cross a point, that internally the reparations occur inside. the physical things we get and so on, but then we cross, and then we're not going back asking for more and for more and for more. So who are we? Where are we going? What value is sport really to us? That's my question.
Fees of those is that louder. The question I was going to ask is kind of built upon that in a different way. One and two points. How do we move from there to here to there? And why is it important? Which ties in, but I have a different take on it. The young people of today, they're not, okay, let me just say this. They're not really that interested in them old people thing, right? What they want to know is, what's in it for me? The days of the old people thing, I'm just putting that word, even if it's to be a devil, they're not into that. What they want to know is why the IOC don't pay them money for winning medals. Why the NSC doesn't, with all the money the IOC making, why they don't get more money to support them. So that is one aspect. How does this translate in a practical term? We could say all we want about nice things. Who like reparation, who don't like reparation, but it's what the young people say, right? And the second thing is that for a leader in sport that is watching this and saying, man, I catching my nenen as it is already, trying to access all the funding from Olympic Solidarity and to audit it and to meet all they want and to send a team here, there, and everywhere. What does it mean to me? This is very esoteric and abstract. No, don't remember, I'm all for it. I'm just saying those two things from a practical perspective.
I think we have another person. Thank you.
Have I got this working right? I guess so. Okay, good. My name is Stephen Joke. I'm from St. Vincent. At the head table there is my General Secretary, Keith Joseph. Otherwise, to the rest of us today, our President. And I was listening to Keith's presentation, listening to my friend Brian's presentation, and thinking I'm much more aligned with my friend from St. Kitts. Mental slavery is a hell of a thing. We're all sitting around here talking about elite athletes and how do we get more medals and more glorification. And we're sitting in a part of the world that has the highest crime rates. Our boy children are being forgotten. Sports to me, and the measure of success in sports, is not about medals and glorification of one or two individuals, or a netball team, or the occasional cricket team. It is about looking at the reality of what is going on with our young men. St. Vincent has 42 murders so far this year. I believe my friends in St. Lucia have 46. I believe my friends in Jamaica have hundreds, and Trinidad hundreds. And we keep going on and on. And we come to these forums. And I feel very passionate about this. And we'll get to reparations later, because most of you will look at me and see the color of my skin and wonder what the hell I can talk about. But when I grow my hair, I end up looking like Brian. When I was 10 years old and shipped off to boarding school in Scotland, I had to fight every week against white people because I was a nigger. That is how I was judged. So I know about racism. So my concern is not reparations. My concern is how we deal with racism going forward and starting to treat people as human beings instead of whether they're white, black, pink, or blue. But back to where I started on mental slavery. We are here talking about success again. Success in my country is how do we stop people slaughtering each other? How do we get our politicians to understand the importance of sports? I am very fortunate because my kids go to school in Canada. I can afford it. I'm very lucky. They have to play sports as part of their curriculum. It is demanded of them. And you have to play a different sport every term. Because it is not about becoming an expert. It is about understanding what sports brings to you. And if we can't have an impact on the politicians and more focus on sports for everybody, because I come from a swimming background. When my kids are finished swimming at 8 o'clock at night, after 2 hours in the pool, they just want to go home, eat, shower, and sleep. You don't have swimmers generally committing crimes. You don't have people who are in athletics and sports, generally speaking, committing crimes. And I think we need to be, in my view, we need to be talking more about that. And my view, if you're talking about elites all the time and who's producing medals and all of that, in my view, and I know Alfred differs from me on this, we need to address very seriously the impact we should be having on young people. And I could go on, but I wouldn't. So thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm just cognizant of our time, but this is exactly the discourse. If we don't get there quick, it's never going to happen. So don't leave anything on the field right now. And this is for you, again, and the people you represent and serve. The purpose, sorry. Apologies.
My apologies too. I'm Akshay Mansingh. I'm the Dean of the Faculty of Sport at the University of West Indies. And thank you for allowing me to speak, but a lot of what I'm going to do is summarize what others have said in my own way. We punch way above our weight in sport. And part of our success is because we never actually capitalized it and we didn't actually gloat over it. But the reality is that we fought for a cause, whatever the cause was. And what my friend Brian said is that we've not identified the cause for the youngsters. They're not interested in colonialism. They're not interested in the past. They want to know what the future is, and we've got to find a new cause for them. Number two, we don't harp on our good qualities. And the concept of mental slavery is a very strong one, which in Jamaica we probably took as an issue 50 years ago. But we don't harp on what we have our strengths in. For example, we are a racially, religiously diverse region. The concept of South Africa being the rainbow nation, and rainbow in that context means race, not something else. We were practicing long ago. We had racially integrated teams. We had religiously integrated teams. Yet we start a Congress like this with a Christian prayer. Are we going to do a Hindu prayer tomorrow and an Islamic prayer the day after, like the Guyanese cricket team does? Or the Trinidadians do? No, because we're boxed within our own thinking. And we'll have talks about diversity, we'll have talks about integration, and yet when it comes to practicing, we're still boxed within our own mental slavery. Now, my own view going forward is that we've got to emphasize the sport as the way forward for the region, as a way out of poverty, as a way out of boredom, as an expression of the male youth that is disadvantaged in the Caribbean because he cannot get an education for whatever reason, as a way of us being equals to everybody else outside. When I say Caribbean, I don't mean the English-speaking Caribbean as well, because we have a distinction. We don't know what the French do. We don't know what the Spanish do. So it's an integrated approach. But we've got to have sport as the vehicle out from... We just have the second largest event in sport taking place here next year. And my own country did not even bid for it because they didn't see it worth anything. That's the World Cup of Cricket. Second largest by viewership after FIFA. And we didn't see the value in it. So I think it is a responsibility of our sporting leaders to identify what it means to the region, from government to community to school to individuals, and exploit that as opposed to importing what the values and virtues of sport are from somebody else. Thank you.
Thank you. So moving us along, and I think it's a nice segue.
David, I had a comment.
Oh, sorry, sorry, Ephraim, sorry.
Sorry about that, I'm not going to be long. Listening to the discussion, I think it's very informative, but I have a take where elite sports, how do we bridge the gap between elite sports and, as a friend from St. Vincent said, making a difference in the entire society. That is, to me, it's a challenge for us in the region, because my concept is if you have an elite athlete, it can be a role model that other person can aspire to be that person. And you use that person to encourage the other generation who would look at him and say, well, if he can accomplish what he did, then I can too. So our challenge as sports leaders is how do we work with government and non-governmental agencies to bridge that gap to get it done.
I think it's a perfect point. I mean, the democratization and decolonization of sport is part of that journey. Democratization is getting out of those hierarchical models, the franchise models, the shareholder models versus looking at stakeholders, ecosystems. It's a shift. We're going to cover an ecosystem model in a bit. I think we have Vita, over to you.
I think it's this nice lady in this pretty clothes here.
Oh,
and let
so
her go
sorry.
before me.
My wife would tell me I'm both blind and
I am
going deaf.
listening. Good morning. And I am listening. And we keep repeating the disenfranchised young man, the young males. What about the disenfranchised young women? And the reason why we have so many disenfranchised young men is because they're coming from single women. Their mothers are single women who their fathers are not supporting them, they're not getting any help. And so these young women are suffering and they cannot provide properly for the young men, for their boy children. So as we consider this, and I'm not saying that our young males, we're not seeing a higher percentage in our males, but we have to look, and we're looking at root problems at this point in time. And if we're looking at the root problem, why we have so many young disenfranchised males, we have to look at the root problem that they're coming from single family homes. They're coming from women who have been abandoned by the men, and they are struggling with these children, and they don't have the help. Even we in society at times have abandoned them. We're not helping them. We see them and we just say, oh, she's tired, have children. And instead of us trying to understand why she keeps having children despite her economic problems. So it is just not, as we're saying, root problems. That is one of our root problems, so we have to look at it both ways. And we do have young women who are being disenfranchised just the same way.
Thank you. Peter?
I agree with the lady, just that is going to take us 2 days with that particular issue. So I want to agree with my friend from the university. I want to agree with you. And I want to I don't know really what CARICOM, how CARICOM understands sport. I really don't know how governments in the Caribbean, what they think about sports. I really don't know. I was permanent secretary in a number of ministries in Grenada. And when you have to cut a budget, there's no money. What do you think is cut first? All the time, every time. And even if it's agreed before, it is still thrown out. And what is the reason? We have to get gas for the hospital, we have to get something for agriculture, and all different reasons is given when we cut the budget for sports. All different reasons. But what as a region, what is our perspective? What do we think? Joachim is right. What do we think? What do we really think about sports? How do we see it? As a matter of fact, so our boy gets the bronze and our Bajan friend gets the bronze, and it's not a big thing. But when I came on an airport and I saw all the pictures of, I feel good, I feel so proud. But it is not a big thing anymore to the struggling people who have tried to pull our region together through sports. We have to do things to encourage our people to see the importance and the value of sports. Value is a good word. They must see it, they must feel it, they must know it's there. You can't train all your life. I'm going to give you one example only. We have 3 brothers in Grenada, 2 of them in sport, and the other brother worked with Gren Lake. The other brother has retired. He has a business. He has an apartment building rented out. His mother has a house. He has his own house. His brother is there today. He's there staying with him. What does the brother have who spent all his life and was brighter than was head boy in the school that he was in? Spent all his life, all his time in sports. Show me what he has. So do you think young people would want to go into something where they can't get anything? Where is the gentleman who talked about the young people? They need to see that they are important. Times have changed. Times have changed. The media ain't picking up the news and bringing netball like long time. Long time when a match playing, it come on the radio and everybody listening. Everybody in the community want to see what Vida team do. If they win, nothing so. So have we progressed? No, we have not. How can we move forward? How can we get our people to come together and understand that sports means something? And it could take you away from everything that is wrong. You don't have to go to the hospital because you're sick anymore. We have to tell them things. We have to talk. And we have to talk the talk that makes sense. All this kind of thing we don't want to say, that thing ain't making sense to young people. What makes sense to young people is for them to see what they can get from the whole thing. And us as a region coming together. Alfred said confusion. I think it's not really confusion. We just sometimes too envious. I don't understand why we don't understand we are all one. I studied in Australia. When I went to Australia, I said, do you know where the Caribbean is? A little boy put up his hand. And he said, yes, miss. Where Vivian Richards come out. Well, at least that's the start. Keith was right. That's the start of in Australia in Perth. And that's the only thing that train you about the Caribbean. The only thing. So we have to understand that as a region, we need to get CARICOM and our government ministers, our prime ministers more involved and let them see that there's a light under the tunnel through sports. Other than that, we're going to just go around and go around.
We have Fortuna, Brian, and then Alfred. To the right. Sorry, Sandra. Sorry,
May
Sandra. Yes, please. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we've heard some really key points this morning. And, but, interestingly enough, we've walked this road already. We've talked about some of these things already. I think that if we are seriously committed to moving forward, I would like for us to commit today to a strategy and an action plan as to how we move forward. How do we take all these views and put it into a plan that allows us to actualize some of these points that we are making? If not in 2024, we're going to be talking, and in 2025. So my appeal is really for us to see how we can focus on making change as opposed to talking about change.
Thank you. Then if we have Ryan, then Alfred. We can come. No.
Just coming off the back of that final comment, or the comment made by Ms. Osborne, I think one of the things that I want to add to that is that in order for us to have this framework done, I find the region doesn't do a lot of research. And research is, I think, one of the key cornerstones to help drive change, because you have to understand, one, where we're at in order to know where we're going. If we want to lobby at the level of government, all these type of agencies, we have to bring some sort of information and data and core data and information that will help them to understand how do we move forward, because that's the way they will make informed decisions, right? So I just want to add that to the mix and add that as part of this, because this is the only way this can start to move, if people can get that. And it's good to see the University of West Indies here, because these institutions are the ones that we can then help to get that level of research done and data that can inform the way forward. And I think that that has to be added into that framework as well.
Thank you, Ryan. Thank you. Alfred.
Thank you. My grandmother raised 8 without her father. We didn't have them problems. My mother raised 7 without her father. We didn't have them problems. So we need to tell the young women to reflect, think deep, and move forward. That said, I want to support what Sandra said. We as an organization needs to fully understand our role. I think the challenges we have is we want to play our role and we want to play the role of other organizations. We need to let those other organizations, the NGOs, the government, the family units, know what each and everybody's role is. And if each and everybody is committed to playing the role, unlike Mr. Joachim, my role is to put athletes on the podium. I think government role is to assist the federations in building the capacity level and strengthening the grassroots so that they can move up into my program. So everybody has to understand their role, and I think as sports leaders, we need to make those out there understand their role, work together with them if we want to achieve that utopia we're talking about. Thank you.
Thank you. Can he go in there?
Just one quick point. The struggle that we have with our athletes and parents, I was faced with that some years ago sitting on my sports commission board on Turks and Caicos. And the young lady said to me, my child is going to school in Freeport, and you guys send him there, and I don't have the next dollar to give him. And so I started thinking outside the box, sitting on a government organization, and the only money we had was the few dollars for salaries, basically salaries and cleaning facilities. So I went out there and I went in the community because I'm well known, and I said to my board of directors, listen, we're going to create a fund, and we're going to go into the community and ask for monies to help these young people. And I did just that. And I gave the young lady ticket money, pocket money, and that came from $0 to the time I left, we had $50,000 in that fund that came out of the community. And every young person who was out there in sports, I was able to give $500, $1,000, supporting those athletes. So we have to think outside the box ourselves. We just cannot sit there and depend on government, because our government is like any other government. She said it. The very first thing cut is sports. And we just put a budget in for $10 million. You know how much we got? Again, salaries and cleaning facilities. Everything else was cut. So that's one of the ways we can move forward. We got to think outside the box, and we got to help our own athletes, because they are just struggling. They don't have the next dollar, and she's right. Most of these folks, young people, are coming from single homes. Al Delano, he came from a single home. And who was helping him? He's back in Turks and Caicos. So my job as the president is to help him. And I'm going to do just that. So I'm going to tell us to think outside the box. Don't depend on our organizations. Just think on how we can help our athletes and how we can help the Caribbean in itself.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, let me just put on my academic hat here a little bit. First of all, I go to a lot of conferences, and the quality of comments here really is above and beyond what I've seen very recently in Europe, I have to say. A couple of things. I want to start with what Sandra said, is that we need a coherent approach. The question that was asked about change to what I don't think we realize how fundamental that is. From what to what are we talking about? All right? I've already started to frame in my mind something along Alfred's line, which is where NOCs really ought properly to be looking after Olympic athletes. We can debate that, all right? But that's on the face of it is to get the guy on the podium. But if you remember the quadrant that I discussed, I would put it to you also that there's a role for advocacy given the place of the NOCs in the country. Governments need to get involved in communities. We can help with that, President Keith, right? So it is not that we're not talking about one or the other. We're talking about putting together a coherent plan where we are very clear on our lane, right? What our lane is. But then we must also seek to influence the agenda in our countries and in the region. Did Aksai leave? And I want to corner him because there are more research papers on sport in the Caribbean in Australia than in the Caribbean. That's a problem. All right, we need to find our own way. So I know that David wants to move on, but everything that we have heard today, from single parent home to, you know, are we going to, for the medal versus, you know, sport as a social tool is valid, but I think we need to lay it out in a coherent value proposition, what we are about, what we're doing, what we're actively, directly involved in, and what we're supporting. And I would suggest from our commission, President Joseph, that we probably come back with something that we can agree on, that this is what we're doing. But really, I hope we're recording this session. It's also streaming. I get to my stage, you have to write things down, though. It's profound insight. So I hope so I just want to encapsulate that before we move on, because I don't want it to be lost. There's always a danger if people say this thing and then we don't remember tonight after the first round. All right? So, thank you.
The reason Akshay is here as Dean of the Faculty of Sport of the University of the West Indies is because tomorrow part of our agenda is the signing of a memorandum of understanding between the University of the West Indies and the Caribbean Association of National Olympic Committees as the repository of research, the initiator of research, the repository of the archiving of sport in the Caribbean, and other projects that may emanate from today's discussion and going forward. We always believe the importance of an educational institution, the most foremost one in our region, playing an important role in the development of research and programming relative to decisions that are critical to us.
Incredible feedback. The framework obviously invokes some discussion, but I think more importantly, the topic of what do we value and how do we create value, I think is quite important. It does take a plan, and plans require a framework, requires knowledge, but it also requires perspective. So again, for everyone in your extensive knowledge, skills, and lived experience in this region, in your respective communities, thank you so much for the feedback. It's a beautiful segue into the next topic, which is about people. All human rights is about people. It's that simple. And there was a famous man that sport likes to use all the time. There's a lot of famous men and a lot of famous women, but sport particularly uses this individual and something he said about 20 years ago about the power of sport and how sport makes the world a better place. Mandela called and used his platform and used this platform of sport to call for a better working world. hopes and dreams for his nation, but also his vision for a freer, fairer, more equal, and more just world. 10 years before that, on Robben Island, he said this: "To deny people their human rights is to challenge their very humanity." And so you can't separate the man from himself, just like you cannot separate sport from people. People make sport. 2000, you will probably remember this. All NOCs were asked to celebrate humanity. The IOC pushed the campaign around the same time this came out. Very deliberate, looking at the values of Olympism, looking at the motto of Citius Altius Fortius. Another few years passed in the lead up to London, and with that humanity, we sought to celebrate the best of us, both on and off the field. In the lead up to Vancouver, and then on to London 2012, we were telling stories about people overcoming, people achieving beyond the odds, the stories of people using the power of sport to prevail. In the lead up to Rio, we needed unity. And together, this motto came: we can change the world. And then, of course, a few years later, in the midst of COVID in a challenging environment, togetherness was again, and the strength in togetherness was then re-emphasized. And the point is that every one of us has played a different role on the track. We play different roles in our life on sport, and every one of us has different characteristics. Some of those characteristics are more vulnerable. As NOCs, you have to deal with all this. You have to deal with the roles people play, some direct, some indirect, but everyone plays a role here. And those roles have responsibilities and rights and risks and opportunities. So looking at the individuals and all of the kind of outside circle here are where special accommodations, considerations in terms of access, affordability to sport in playing those roles comes. So all of that is just part and parcel with this human-centric view of sport. We play roles, we have certain circumstances and are who we are. And that needs, and really how successful we are determined on how we set the field of play. Now, institutionally, we've got a lot of different institutions in the arena. We have governmental, public, private, and third sector nonprofit organizations. NOCs have their own row, right there at sport bodies, right on the track, right next to the 100-meter line. Best seats in the house. And you do. But if you think, just from that seating block, the interaction that you have with every other group here, you have contracts, you have communication, you have relationships. This is an arena of sport, the ecosystem of sport. I'll challenge you and just say, tell me if we've missed a group. But there's 30 different seating blocks. We're all in the arena together. And we know that if there's discrimination in that arena, if there's abuse in that arena, it creates a bad atmosphere. Takes the energy right out of the room. It has a butterfly effect. The reputation of that hits every one of us. People lose their trust and the legitimacy of sport, and therefore the credibility. On the flip side, when we do things inspiring, when we work together and are truly connected, individually and institutionally, and that wave starts, the energy in the arena is magnitude. It has a butterfly effect. How many of you, as NOCs, are connected with everyone in this arena? Have the ability to amplify to everyone in this arena? And if not, why? We always say money. Or is it, are they even on our mailing list? Starting to look at sport as an ecosystem. NOCs, the IOC, organizing committees don't carry all the weight. It's been said. It's not everything's your responsibility, but you do play a really important part in this ecosystem. So both understanding your role and your responsibility, but also holding others accountable is really important. And so this is not a top-down view. This is an inward-out approach. And engaging this community, this arena, is an opportunity, not a threat. Which brings us to this big, complicated discussion of human rights. There's all these different points, but they're basic points of our collective humanity. To keep us safe and to keep us pushing forward so that we don't just survive, but we thrive. The problem is that it's become weaponized. The West has weaponized it to the East. Its particular topics have weaponized to fill, but it's not black and white. I always say that human rights is not racialized. It's much more dynamic. It's much more lively, and it has layers, and it has context. And not everyone moves at the same pace in the same conversations. But it is part of a conversation. So human rights is an opportunity, not a threat, if we approach it in the right way. There's all types of alignment. We'll circulate this. I don't want you to read this right now, but how sport and human rights works with development, how it strengthens mission and values. The IOC, as you probably know, in a few weeks' time is getting ready to launch human rights as a fundamental element in the Charter. Over the past 2-3 years, the IOC has now incorporated human rights into the IOC Ethics Code and the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights, which is, again, another framework that helps people navigate good decision-making, is now part of the Universal Principles on Good Governance in Sport, which makes up the IOC Ethics Code. So whether you're aware of that or not, you're involved. So it's better to be aware of what you're involved with than completely unaware. And so this is the start of a conversation. We've seen sport and society, the headlines, every headline, every day, you can see the topics of sport washing versus sport diplomacy versus safe sport versus unsafe sport. There's a long history in terms of kind of global moments that really date back to '36 with Jesse Owens, in terms of it really coming. But the Caribbean, and I was ashamed to put this slide up because I know there's so many Caribbean stories along this journey. that we need to get out there. These are not Caribbean stories. Yes, these are important stories, but there's so many Caribbean stories from so many places that deserve to be prominent on this. The last decade, we've seen a big push. So where we've come from. London did a big piece in 2012 that started to tackle the sustainability issue. And so the ISO, International Standards Organization, working with the British Standards Organization, set out this sustainability framework, which was called ISO 2012-1. And that was about sustainable events. And the conversation around the impact of events on communities. World Athletics just got its ISO certification for all of its events. So that has been something that has perpetuated and started this. Glasgow 2014, which I had the privilege of being the chief executive for, we did the first human rights standard. And all it was a commitment to the people that we served and represented to not hurt you, to have you represented, and for you to have a great time at this wonderful event. That was it. It was that simple. It was our commitment to people. So there's been a big journey. There's been a lot of news from Beijing to Qatar, and the NOCs have been right in the middle of it. But where do you stand on these issues? Your athletes are right in the middle of it. But where do you stand on these issues? What are your issues? What are your causes? It's all part of a dialogue, part of a conversation. It's not about politicizing sport. It's about humanizing it. So 2012 was a catalyst. I'm not going to go through all these slides. We've seen this. There's been lots of reports by civil society organizations, which are advocacy groups. Sponsors have been put under enormous pressure. You saw before Beijing 2022, sponsors being hauled off in front of, in the United States, in front of Congress, having the complexity of that complex political conundrum use these topics to use sport for a platform versus sport using itself for a platform. And the sponsors got just absolutely pelted politically because they weren't completely prepared. Coca-Cola Company has established a strong human rights policy. Most big corporations now have this in terms of due diligence. It's become part and parcel. How many NOCs have a human rights policy right now in this room? Don't be embarrassed. It's just, where are we today? Okay. Understood. There's opportunity there. It helps you communicate with Coca-Cola. It helps give Coca-Cola and other sponsors confidence that we're talking. There's a framework to take us through, and this is what's referenced in the IOC Code of Ethics now, which is called the UN Guiding Principles, UNGPs. So there is a structure and good questions to ask and a process to follow, to plan in your context. And there's been multi-stakeholders with the IOC, FIFA, UEFA, the Commonwealth Games Federation was heavily involved in that as well, along with many organizers, many UN agencies, that ecosystem working together on a human-centric world of sport, a world of responsible sport. There's lots of evidence, Brian, to your point, there's a lot of research that's been done in this space that no one knows about. And a lot of it's not contextual. So there's a huge opportunity for institutions like University of West Indies to really broaden the evidence base from a Caribbean perspective. And then there's principles. All this group came together and created these interesting principles around giving sport a chance to be successful And these 10 principles, I'm not going to go through them in detail, but the 10th, Brian's already looking at me a long time, is that bidding to host mega sporting events is open to everyone, as long as you're not hurting people. It's that simple. But everyone should have the chance to host events. Everyone should have a chance to participate and practice sport. So, this is a little bit self-promotion. I worked with the Center for Sport and Human Rights, did 30 years of sports administration. Some people have called me poacher going gamekeeper. I'm not. I'm still a sports administrator and still, I like to say, a sports person. But I've been working for the past several years at creating an organization with a really great group of people that are here to support sport. We're not an advocacy organization, but we're an organization that positions ourselves as a human rights organization for the world of sport, to help sport on this journey. And all our vision is pretty simple. And I know for those of you that know me well, I can talk the paint off the walls. A world of sport that fully respects human rights. It's that simple. Everyone will get there in their time. But ideally, that's what we're searching for. There's a lot of important organizations that are and we have more on their way. But this just gives you an indication of the organizations that we're working with. And we continue to, and this is just on our advisory council. We have a engaged organizations list as well, so it's really expanding. And there's a lot of influence from some of your top sponsors that are involved in our work. And there's opportunities involved in this. What do? 3 things. We generate awareness, give people knowledge, build capacity, help them organize and get resources. And 3, we work together to create value. That simple. We find new and different ways to go after public, private, third sector money and make it happen. So you'll hear after the break from Jasmine Mickens from the Open Society Organization, Foundations, and Jasmine works very heavily with CARICOM right now on Caribbean reparations, and she's going to talk to us about kind of where to from here in the state of affairs, but a huge opportunity to jump into a conversation that's happening that has huge implications socially, environmentally, and economically, and is part of the discourse. So again, an opportunity. We basically have a framework that we work to. We try to prevent harm, remedy harm, and again, unleash opportunities. Starting with knowledge, so we have an academy that we work through. We nurture and support leadership. We help create healthy cultures of discourse and moving forward. Writing regulations, making sure that you've got stakeholder engagement and representation right. There's a lot of groups that have never been talked to, so by that natural connection, there is no connection, and sometimes there's a feeling of marginalization or conflict. How do you get through that and come out the other side stronger? That's what representation is about, and finding those resolutions. And when you've done that, then you can actually unleash the opportunity that comes with sport. And that's promoting all the great things. If you're not hurting people and you're able to deal with your problems, you can promote the good things. You can develop, and you can create these meaningful legacies. So finally, we get all those players together, working through that lens, and all it is a world of responsible sport. So it's this convergence that's happening around the world right now on these things. I'm not going to go through this in detail. We can talk about this a bit later. But you do 6 things as NOCs. You govern, you manage, you prepare your teams and support your teams, you develop and educate, you communicate and market the Olympic movement and your teams, and you try to beg, borrow, and steal to get as much resources to do all that. It's pretty simple. I'm joking. It's not. Across these 6 areas, there are opportunities in human rights that benefit your systems. We just did this big discussion on ethical decision making. What is good, what is right, and what is fitting. I thought that was one of the most brilliant things, because many of us will tell you that we don't make decisions like that. We'll make a decision because it's either right or good or fitting, but we don't actually take all of those points into consideration. That's the type of thinking and work that we do, is to help different organizations in the world of sport, whether they be sponsors, whether they be NOCs, whether they be major event organizers, to look at these big issues and make good decisions. And understand the ramifications of not making a decision. A few more. Team prep, athlete welfare, it's right at that. Protection from more exploitation, both of your teams and your people, but also athletes in particular, and the brand. Empowerment programs, youth engagement, education. This goes right to the core of your brand. And finally, storytelling opportunities. There's revenue available. There's money available in this space right now, if we organize. I'm going to stop us there, because I don't think we have time for a break. But I'm happy to take questions later.
We will go to a break now and come back at 11 a.m. David and Chris are here. They ain't going till we lie down, as they say in the Caribbean. So they will be here and the conversations will continue online, offline, underline, overline. But we go to the break now and we come back at 11 a.m. sharp. Thank you very much. I mean, that's practical, as when you have to go
You can hear
One,
me?
two. Yes, I can.
Okay. Um, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
If you can hear me, just respond.
I am hearing you.
Oh, right, right. Once you can hear me and you you can. All right, hold on 1 second, because the trans. You actually you could come in because we're not going in house, so the feedback won't work the same way. So you could come in and get some AC.
Fantastic.
You could hear me, but you gave me because of the host.
No, I'm hearing you through my phone.
You could come in, but I. Whoa. I know that I can hear myself through one or two of y'all. Yeah, we test 1, 2.
Testing 1 2, mic check 1 2. Testing
I'm
one
hearing
two,
you.
mic check 1 2. Testing 1 2, mic check 1 2. Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2, mic check 1 2. Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2, mic check 1 2. Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2, mic check 1 2.
You understand that coming back here? That's not coming back to the ground. You ain't gotta go. You ain't gotta go.
Oh, hi. 1 2 3 4 5.
This area. So that's the fee they want you to get. That's the fee they figure you ain't getting. Nah, coming back ain't board at all. It came back any board. Let's stop quick.
1 2 3.
Go say that talk.
All right. 1 2 3 4. 1 2 1 2. Testing 1 2. 1 2 3. Testing 1 2.
You gotta look your back. That's the honest thing you can do. So what I would suggest. You get none on? What I would suggest. Let's just come out to one of these. Make your life easy. I give you another XLR. You could come out of this. You could come back.
Okay.
All he gotta do is he could come out of this. Oh crap. Push up. Push up. When zoom happening, I pull down when you might start. That's all. Just gotta be interactive with it.
No, she only on for 20 minutes.
Oh, somebody? Somebody? Huh?
No, I'm just saying she's only on for 20 minutes.
Oh.
The short, short thing.
So Jasmine, that's what we're waiting on. She may want to be testing her presentation though.
She should have been on already.
She's right here. But I haven't. We haven't let her. I got a phone, Rich. Okay, so
But you could because they come back in 5 minutes. Give her admin so then she could share her screen and everything will go okay. Oh.
he got direct link. If you give here outstrip, I believe he could take another input, so I would give him an XLR out, and all he gotta do is when.
Which mouse? It's too much things
This
happening.
mouse here. This mouse here. So this right here. You want to talk to her?
Yeah, no, I could tell her.
Actually, you got your phone. You should be able to hear. He coming in, right? Huh? Yeah.
Hi, Jasmine. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. How are you? Good
I'm
morning.
good. And you? Good
I'm
morning.
well.
Due to our setup, I can't turn on the camera, but I'm here. So I'm gonna give you host so that you can share your screen.
Or you can make her host if she's
Yeah.
host. We can't admit anybody.
Well, is it possible that you can share my presentation on your screen?
But I
Only
don't have
because
it. I don't have it,
so,
and it would be a little harder because then you'll have to tell me when to change slide. So it will be more seamless if you do it, if you understand.
yeah, no, I do. The only thing is that I have my notes also on my laptop.
Um, okay. Well, you'll
Let's
have to email it to me quickly. I
see.
am
Here, I'll see now.
admin at canoc.net.
Okay, give me one second.
She's saying that her notes on her laptop, so you need to share her presentation. Can you do that?
Okay, done.
I'll have to do it.
Thank you so much.
I'll have to do it on my laptop. But once I log on my laptop, it's going to kick you off.
And I only have 5 slides, so yeah, I'll just give you a cue of next slide. And it should
Okay,
be
no problem.
smooth. Thank you so much.
No, we'll share, and she'll tell me when to change.
Oh, she don't want to do it.
No.
That's not on any Zoom account. Any other Zoom account.
No, but the thing is, on my laptop, once I get to like I put the share screen, that's how we do it. Sign me on and sign on.
Right, yeah. So now, going to use it in the browser and not in the, yeah. If you on the app, just say no app. Just say for adding it, but no. Like a second. This is cable here. This is free cable there. If not, I gotta go and get a cord to come up. Just take it, buddy. Yeah, you can't come up. You ready? Check 1, 2. Why are you so worried about this? This is how this was when the time we start, and it was okay. So I wasn't stressed about it. The problem with that ice test that is not on your phone, but it's probably not working because you get all you might off, but you get right now it looping back through. So what happening is because you getting from sorry? Oh, this one here? Yeah, go ahead. It's CANOC?
And it's easier to just. Jasmine,
Okay, for
Yes, I can hear you.
you will have to share screen because your file is corrupted on our end and they're about to start.
Okay, well, I might just do it without the PowerPoint. That's fine.
Okay, well that will be up to you. I'm still going to make you a
Fine.
co-host. Okay. Okay, you could take me off.
ladies and gentlemen,
You do it. I was done. I was just.
justice and the prominent role of Caribbean sport, as we would have heard. And we do agree and accept there are different views, but it should be exciting, robust, and interesting session. David, you are going to do the introduction of Jesse. I'm getting frantic signals. What's going on? We were supposed to restart at 11 a.m. sharp. So David Grevenberg will do the introduction of Jessie McCann, and she is not here. She's going to do it virtually. And David has committed on the break to make sure that he stays on time. So thank you, David. Over to you.
Thank you, Brian. We are joined by Jasmine Meekins. Hi, Jasmine. Can you hear us okay?
Yes, I can.
Yeah, wonderful, wonderful. Well, we've had a wonderful first session covering a number of points on generating value, how we use responsible sport, sustainable sport, impactful sport in the Caribbean. We've touched on kind of the rough framework of human rights and that wonderful ecosystem that I talk about all the time. But we wanted to really, really take it home in terms of some of the discussions that have already come out of where do we go from where we've come from to really understanding where we are now to where we go forward. And so I'll let you introduce yourself in terms of your background and also the Open Society Foundation. But again, thank you so much for taking the time on, I'm sure, a busy Saturday to be here with us. And I know you were trying to come to Barbados with us, but were unable to. But thank you so much, and I'll hand the floor to you. Thank you.
Excellent. Thanks so much, David. And of course, I would have loved to be in person with all of you, but I wasn't able to join this time. So I'm excited to still be able to virtually present to you the work that I am doing, but also how this work overlaps with sports in the Caribbean. So to get started, I began in this work as a student of the movement. I was a graduate student at Harvard University, analyzing social movements in history. So as a Black woman, I will speak from that social location and will focus on the unique experience of Black people globally. I think this is an important moment to reflect on the kind of global uprising that we saw take place during the aftermath of George Floyd's murder. This was a pivotal global moment and reminder that the world needs racial healing, and the global systems for addressing racial justice are weak and inefficient. Yet we carry on as a global community as if there was no historical context for our current conditions. And we cannot repair the world we live in, decolonize the world we live in, or take any anti-racist approach without an analysis of history, class, capitalism, and intersectionality. So it is necessary to link the past to the present that helps us understand where we are today, why we're there, and what the roadmap is to a new future. So I will begin my presentation talking about history. I wish I had my PowerPoint up at the moment. Looks like we ran into some tech issues, but if you don't mind, I'll proceed without it, and I will share it after. But if we were to get started on the historical kind of backdrop for this conversation, we really have to go back to the transatlantic slave trade, one of the oldest unresolved mass atrocities in history. The global African community today remains shackled by the enduring legacies of slavery, colonialism, and apartheid. And this legacy prevails in the present economic, environmental, political, social, cultural, psychological conditions of today. And it even prevails within sports, which we will get into. The exploitation of Black labor and resources ultimately fueled the development and intergenerational wealth of the global North, while simultaneously producing the underdevelopment and intergenerational poverty of the global African community. And I refer to the global African community as such because we recognize that the diaspora came from the continent of Africa and it has since been dispersed across the globe, including the Caribbean. But it's important for us to understand that history does matter. And I want to take us beyond the highlights and the scores and into the history and humanity of sports. So why don't we talk about the politics of memory? I think once upon a time, there were memory laws, which started out as this noble idea to protect the truth about victims groups, to protect their history. One of the most important examples was in West Germany in 1985, where it was criminalized to deny that the Holocaust occurred. And surprisingly, other countries followed suit and set precedent. And from there, it was banned to deny historical atrocities. What we're seeing today, however, is the opposite is happening, where we're actually banning laws to protect the history of oppressors and not the victims. So history is being erased, history is being revised, and books that tell true history are being banned. In the US in particular, since that's where I'm located, we're so ashamed of our history that we have now outlawed teaching it in several of our states. In some parts of the US even have body cams where teachers are being surveilled to ensure that they don't teach certain aspects of history. Now, why does this matter for athletes, right? Well, if anyone knows about the value of history, it would be athletes. Athletes spend a lot of time studying the past, watching game film, and most coaches wouldn't send their teams into a game without hours of studying film. You're studying this film not just for a performance, but also to understand your opponent and to devise strategies for the future. So in that sense, film is a means of studying the past to prepare for the future. And the challenge here is that most coaches don't demand that athletes understand or study sports history. It is this history of struggle that allows us to understand the terms on which liberation was won. So for today, in today's modern world, with these challenges around history, I think the quest is to remember, because memory is a political asset. It can empower you, or the lack thereof can uproot you from a cause bigger than yourself. So now we'll get into the history of sports and slavery, which we start to see the beginnings of sports and slavery in the 18th century, because sports like dance, music, and spiritual practices became tools of survival to survive a system that violently controlled every aspect of your life. And there were very few alternatives or escapes. So the three ways that many enslaved people attempted to escape from this system of slavery was one, suicide, where many did this as a way to rebel against a life in bondage. The second was physical mutilation, in which they would render themselves useless and unable to carry out labor. And the third way was to run away or to stage a revolt, which came at the risk of being caught or implicated and facing some brutal execution. So For those who did not choose to take any of those escape routes, they embraced survival as a method of maintaining their humanity, but also deploying strategic resistance in order to prevail in that system. One key value that was a part of embracing survival was teamwork. Teamwork and community represented an essential component of being able to survive. So in this regard, sports became a tool of liberation, a tool of resistance, where one's physical power could be demonstrated. So I'll give you some examples. There were many of the slave owners at the time would hold harvest fetes or festivals. And for them, for the slave owners, this was a great form of entertainment. But they also saw sports on the plantation at the time as an outlet for the enslaved people to suppress their anger, aggression, and hostility. And in many ways, they thought that this kind of competition would dull their revolutionary inclination. For this reason, famous scholar Frederick Douglass was suspicious of sports and holidays because he believed that neither were created for the joy of laborers, but for the owners of that labor. And sports was seen as a safety valve, a conductor to carry off the explosive elements that enslaved people would be harnessing due to their frustration with their conditions of bondage. But in reality, we know, as I just explained, that for enslaved people, this was a tool of liberation, and it was an opportunity for them to take control of their own humanity. There's a saying that it wasn't the act of winning that mattered, it was the act of fighting, because liberation laid in the courage to fight the oppressor, a way to physically transcend the system of bondage. So on plantations, some of the early athletes, if you will, were some of the jockeys, the horse jockeys, or runners who would participate in plantation contests. And there was a hierarchy on plantations. There were two kind of systems of hierarchy. One that was defined by the owners, in which drivers, cooks, maids, and carriage drivers had the highest status among the white community. But they had low status among the enslaved community because they were distrusted. These were not the people who you would share your plans to stage a revolt with. Now, on the other hand, the enslaved community had their hierarchy, where the women who cared for enslaved children or the rebels who would be whipped and whipped until, they would keep going and maintain their strength, they had the high status. They had the respect of the enslaved people. So you have these two systems of hierarchy, and athletes had a special status within both, which is rare. They were role models to the children who would learn from them, but they also had the admiration of the owners who saw these athletes' strength as an extension of their own. And so we see in this kind of space that the early athlete, even then, represents this counter image to a stereotype and creates this sense of pride that is necessary to maintain identity as an individual, but also as a people. And to this day, athletes continue to be role models who command respect and cultivate this cultural cohesion in the community that allows them to be a symbol of both unity and identity. Now, if we think about sports and we think about slavery, we also have to think about the ways that these two global industries are evolving together over time, in which they build white wealth from Black bodies. And we can think about this in terms of like an evolution of a plantation, as many scholars have argued. And this started on a literal plantation that kind of developed into a figurative plantation. And what I mean by plantation is literal fields, both driven by capitalism, where Black bodies are simultaneously negotiating their excellence and exploitation while having to affirm their humanity, where Black labor generates white wealth, and where Black athletes are on this eternal journey and quest to attain power, because power over the historical timeline continues to change. So during slavery, power equals freedom, literal physical freedom. Then after slavery, we see power kind of morph into a space where we have freedom, but we want to be included in this new system, which wasn't created for us. So then we find ourselves in a system of apartheid where power now means us figuring out how do we succeed as individuals when there are institutional barriers to us actually being a part of this new society. So this is where you see the challenges of Negro leagues needing to be created so that Black people can participate in sports. And then the fourth kind of stage in evolution of power is integration, where now that we, in many ways, are being included and integrated into this society, we have lost a sense of community and collective identity as people. And in some ways, capitalism supersedes this sense of community. So over the historical timeline, Black history and Black culture are evolving under the pressure of oppression. So why does this matter? Because if we look at the Caribbean in particular, we can just take cricket, a great example of how history and culture evolved under the pressure of oppression. And then from slavery to segregation, we accept a larger mission. And this is where you get the creation of the West Indies cricket team and how that legacy is initiated and refined as a response to a specific historical barrier. We look at the early 18th century, where cricket is introduced to the Caribbean by the British military. And at this time, Black people aren't allowed to play. So we're just kind of on the periphery. This space is intended for whites only. And we slowly got brought into the game. So it started out with small things like retrieving the balls that go into the cane fields, and the enslaved people would throw them back. But they would use those small moments to show how strong and how accurate they could throw that ball back. And so we got slowly called into play the game. And this was one arena where enslaved people could confront their enslaver as an equal, maybe even as a more dominant and superior person. And so after 1834, once slavery is abolished, we see Black West Indians playing alongside whites to make up the Plain of 11. And by 1906, we have the first cricket team to visit England that included Black people. And over time, we start to see the cricket become the glue that actually holds the 10 islands together, and the only test-paying nation that doesn't represent one country, but a collection of islands. So this is an important pivotal moment in the history of how we see the sports industry developing from this history of slavery and colonialism. Now, in this era of apartheid, where there's still discrimination, and even though Black and white people are playing on the field together, we do notice a division of labor that follows the lines of race and class on the field, where the batsmanship is reserved for the white player and the fast bowlers are reserved for the laborers and the outfielders. Nonetheless, this is still a very critical moment of excellence in Caribbean sports history, because we have Leary Constantine, who challenged this apartheid by mastering every part of the game, bowling, batting, and fielding. Very aggressive, very creative, and artistic in his approach. We have George Headley, who led the West Indies to their first ever victory over England. These are like the first cricket heroes and cultural icons because they represent this pride and unity, but they also made a political statement of liberty and sovereignty. So you see, cricket, race, and politics of colonialism become very much intertwined. And we also start to see this moment of success of the West Indies cricket team at the height, which was during 1970s, 1980s, can be described as an unparalleled dominance and an era of cricketing excellence. So this is really important because the team held immense cultural significance for Caribbean nations, not just as a sport, but as a source of national pride. And the success of the Windies cricket team played a role in fostering this regional unity. The West Indies teams dominated, had a dominating and lasting impact on the sport. It set new standards for fast bowling, aggressive batting, really influencing the game, the way it was played and would be played for years to come. I could go on and on about the iconic moments and the overall impact of cricket, but I think it's just really important to understand the struggle and the embers of revolution that kind of grew out of the sport of cricket. And then, of course, we slowly have seen that rise to the top kind of fall. And there's reasons that scholars and historians like Professor Sir Hilary Beckles would talk about that I think are really critical and tie right back to some of these same elements that made cricket really be as strong as it was. So I'm going to share 4 areas that I think are really key to consider. One of the biggest issues was globalization, and development derailment. By the 1990s, West Indies economies were in systemic decline. They were trapped in these structural adjustment programs of the World Bank and IMF. These SAPs were removed, they basically removed state responsibility for financing social services like health, education, sports, and culture. And this really hurt poor youth who now were cut off by the state and not a public policy priority, and they had to fend for themselves. So the youth felt a sense of abandonment and class hostility, which detached them from the traditional community of cricket culture, and it didn't resonate with them anymore. They preferred freelance professionals over being these public representatives. So the concept of the cricket hero as a political construct fell apart, and there was no strong sense of nationalism, which was really needed to energize Test cricket. The second area was there was a retreat from the regional unity that cricket had created. With the economic decline, you started to have conflict between governments, political tension, and regionalism as a unifying construct just kind of started to wither off. It was eventually replaced with this non-ideological but functional cooperation, which means that they were no longer really grounded in a shared political framework anymore. So in essence, divided they started to fall. One of the third areas, which was really key, which was basically this backlash, or some people say the Empire Strikes Back, where they couldn't beat the players, so they started to change the game. The more powerful any leader, which the Windies were, the stronger were the counterforces. So there were a lot of networks of opposition that spawned and started to take it down. Two of the key kind of networks and efforts to dissemble this was social harassment. So you had elitist elements within the English officialdom who would do things to refuse fans their rights to celebrate. They would say that they were making too much noise. They were using police searches to quell hooliganism, and they even brought armed police and dogs in to occupy the stands. Another area was, as I mentioned, the rules of engagement change. So fast bowlers was once celebrated. They were now being demonized within a new regulatory regime, and the ICC passed down laws to slow them down and even enacted a quota system to put in place for the comfort of the batsmen who could not manage the short pitch delivery. The last area that I'll talk about is the crossfire between generations, which is key because we know that movement work is generational work. So what we started to see in cricket was this dichotomy of legends and losers, which created feelings of disrespect and disunity and a need to bridge these generations so that there was a mutual respect and ability to work together. So in essence, during this early 19th or 20th century, we saw this emergence of Black athletes, especially in the Caribbean during the rise of cricket, but throughout the Americas. And this also triggered a hysteria of the Black rise in sports, which created fears of being overtaken. And then you had changing rules, changing relationships, and efforts to eliminate or mute Black presence within a lot of the sports spaces. So with this question, we wonder, so what is the challenge today? What have we seen with cricket and sports globally that is something that we in this room can work together? So one of those areas is we're seeing kind of a loss of a sense of connection to a larger global community and a larger cause. That is not very strong, I would say, globally. I think there's also a loss of a sense of responsibility to a legacy of struggle that made possible this generation's phenomenal material success. There's also a loss of mission that has been the cornerstone of survival for Black people. And globally, some of the most prominent Black athletes, for every victory, it was fueled by the motivation from something larger than themselves. They embody the values and aspirations of a people, not individuals. And I think what's was really key, if you look at the history that I just kind of laid out, but also where we are currently, Black athletes have symbolically carried the weight of an eternal burden of proof, where their performance was among the most visible evidence that Black people as a community were good enough, were smart enough, were strong enough, were brave enough, and indeed were human enough to share the fruits and full citizenship and humanity. So historically, they've carried that burden with style, with grace, with power, with nobility, and the physical feats of Black athletes became metaphors of what Black people could do if the level playing fields was put in place in other aspects of society. So today, Black athletes have little or no sense of who or what came. There was not a strong sense of history or mission. And sometimes we do see this. We do see it. I would say one of the strongest examples would be Colin Kaepernick. We saw him take a stance. We saw him act courageously in the name of social justice, and he's been forever punished. So we can talk more about Kaepernick, but I think it's important to understand that that lesson has had a chilling effect on the rest of the global sporting industry as to what happens when you do speak out. So when we think about what's the path forward, I think there's a really important role to play around educating athletes on the depths and the significance of their athletic roots. But whose job is this? It's everybody's job. I know that the University of West Indies has actually a cricket research center where the sustainability of cricket excellence is their priority. They even have a master's degree in cricket studies. And this is a great approach to really creating space to prepare the next generation of cricketers. But I think for all sports, there needs to be a curated educational space to remedy the historical blind spot of some of our contemporary athletes. I think for us, the people in the room, the people who are trying to understand how can we help, we have to see ourselves as architects of the future, to decolonize, to repair, to uproot these vestiges of slavery, colonialism, and apartheid. And I'll go back to my example around the George Floyd moment, because for me and for many of us, this was the first time in a long time that we saw what is possible when people come together around racial justice. And so for me, one of my questions to you all would be, on a large scale, what would it look like to have a global alliance of athletes connected to a cause that brings us together? I think there's some other questions to consider around what barriers and challenges do you all face in taking bold action? Do we value history enough to make it a part of the culture of sports, or will we participate in the erasure? And I think my last question is, if our athletes are ready and willing to be catalysts beyond the field of play, how far can and will we go to protect and support them? Because we have, again, Kaepernick, who's this martyr of sports activism that's having this permanent chilling effect. And there are clearly these industry and institutional barriers that are in the way of other people being able to provide him and other athletes the support that they need to really encourage other people to stand up. So I guess I would end my presentation there and open it up for questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Jasmine, for taking time and sharing your thoughts bravely. It has been thought-provoking. So the next phase, is we will invite back on in the hot seat, David Grevenberg, Nelson Stokes. Nelson, why are you looking like that? No. You wasn't looking at the program. Okay. And Yasmin. We were supposed to have also joining us the esteemed Sir Hilary Beckles, but I will leave that to Jason, Nelson and David to explain, and Yasmin, they will take it from here. Now, what will happen is, just so we have context and a framework, this session goes till 12:50 p.m. And at the end on the program, it says, what is the next step? So all the conversation that will be had now, the aim is, if possible, what is the next step and what those next steps will look like. It will end at 12:50 p.m. And at that point, we'll have a sign-in between the president, on behalf of CANOC and all of you, and the organization. Yeah? So I welcome Nelson, Chris Stokes, and David, and Yasmin to stay with us. Again, thank you for your time and for your thought-provoking contribution. I know Natalia would have done the right thing and given you two mics.
Yes.
There we go. So over to you, gentlemen. And Yasmin, and your task is before you. The conversation, stimulating it, interactive, and then what are the next steps? And we end that at 12:50 p.m. Thank you very much.
So Jasmine, thank you very much. And I think in some cases you really brought home, for those of us that are not as familiar with the history, some real clarity. We were talking about kind of this journey of, sport and society, and how there've been many moments, but I think the Caribbean has a particularly unique story in the number of athletes that have also been on that kind of global profile, but maybe aren't the household names in this struggle that they deserve to be. So I really think that they're certainly popular within the Caribbean, but not the broader context. I think it really brings this. Sir Hilary Beckles was going to try and make it today. He'd send his apologies as well. He's been working very closely with Jasmine and CARICOM on the Caribbean Reparations Commission work. They've got a 10-point action plan that has been developed by CARICOM, which I think is something quite interesting in terms of does sport play a role in addressing those 10 actions, as does many other businesses within the broader context, whether that's overtly or invertly. But I do think it's maybe to your, I think you asked some very, very poignant questions, Jasmine, that I think from a broad standpoint may be a good place to start. But I maybe go first to you, and then to Chris. From the 10-point action plan, can you kind of describe what that is to everyone? If everyone's, let me get a feeling. How many people know the 10-point action plan in the room? Okay, so I think what we're seeing is not everyone knows what it is. So maybe if you were to go and kind of describe it, we can talk a little bit about it as a framework.
Excellent. Sure. So the CARICOM 10-point plan was created in 2013, established by the Caribbean Reparations Commission. And this was really meant to be a guiding framework for how reparations should be implemented based off of these 10 priorities. So I'll go over the 10 priorities or the 10 points in the action plan, which one was a full formal apology, 2, a focus on indigenous peoples development programs, 3, repatriation or funding for repatriation to Africa, 4, the establishment of cultural institutions and the return of cultural heritage. So this, for example, gets into historical memory again, thinking about a lot of the things that were looted during the colonial and slavery period and now are in museums in different places across the US and Europe. 5 was assistance in remedying the public health crisis, so putting infrastructures in place so that the health of Black people can be a priority and properly resourced. 6, education programs, really making sure that our education systems are fully resourced to manage the different demands of this new world that we're in, but also to ensure that we have adequate education systems and high literacy rates. 7, the enhancement of historical and cultural knowledge exchanges, recognizing that what the slave trade did was broke a lot of culture, original culture and language traditions that were in communities and permanently severed in many ways. So this is an effort to really bring back the culture of exchange so that we have a better understanding of what some of our African heritage and early spiritual practices and things like that were prior to slavery. And I know we have some of this throughout the Caribbean and maroon communities. So this is really an effort to really bolster these efforts and really bridge back that connection that has been broken. 8, psychological rehabilitation as a result of the transmission of trauma. So this gets at having trauma-informed care and reparative efforts and mechanisms in place. Some of this could be medical, some of this can be therapeutic, but really just making sure that the psychological trauma and the resources needed are provided to our communities. 9, the right to development through the use of technology. Yeah, this is just the world that we're living in, where technology is the way of the future. So really ensuring that as the world changes, that the Caribbean is able to change with it. And then 10, debt cancellation and monetary compensation. I can give you a great example of Haiti. I'm going to talk about Haiti because when we talk about debt, that's probably one of the most emblematic cases in the Caribbean. As you may know, Haiti was the first Black republic in the world, successfully overthrew slavery and colonialism to establish its own sovereignty. The country has since been plagued by economic decline, political instability, and foreign intervention, all of which trace back to its double debt. This double debt is key for all of us to understand because they had to pay a debt first to compensate the French slaveholders for their loss of property. And then second, they had to reimburse French banks for loans made to the former colony. So literally and figuratively, they paid for their independence. This debt amounted to several times the country's annual GDP and was only just paid off in 1947, leaving the nation severely impoverished and unable to invest in its own development. Today, Haiti remains one of the poorest nations in the world, with, I want to say, over 60% of the people living in poverty and lacking access to basic needs such as clean water and health care. So as we think about the CARICOM reparations 10-point plan, I think we also have to really center Haiti in this conversation because this is one part of the Caribbean that I think is having one of the most difficult times really recovering from its history. I will add two more things that we, in the work that I'm doing to kind of build this global reparative justice movement, we are fostering these relationships between CARICOM and the African Union because you know the African Union has not been a leader on this issue. And we do need our colleagues on the continent to be a part of this movement with us. And in these conversations of bringing the African Union and the CARICOM together, they talked about adding 2 more points. This is unofficial, but the 2 additional points that were discussed to add to this plan was 1, women, a unique focus on women to really uplift the unique experience of Black women during slavery, but also in the present day. And this gets into how we think about the current maternal health crisis where Black women are most likely than their white peers to die while giving birth. This is 100% true in the US. The US is probably one of the worst offenders of this, but this is also present throughout parts of the Caribbean and Africa. I think the 12th part of this plan would have been climate. So climate wasn't in the kind of realm of framework in 2013 when this 10-point plan was developed, but as climate becomes a more common problem, especially Bridgetown Agenda is a great example of how some of the islands are grappling with what the ramifications of the climate crisis means for them. Climate is also a part of repair. We can honestly look at not just the exploitation of land during slavery, like the actual depletion of resources, but also the Industrial Revolution that came after slavery. This also created the climate crisis that we're in. So we do have to see the interconnections between climate and colonialism and slavery. So those would be the unofficial 12 points of the CARICOM reparations plan.
Thank you so much, Jasmine. That's great. I'm going to hand over to Stokes for just some reflections.
Okay, thank you. I'm standing here thinking, and I'm wondering if I should say anything or if I should leave while the going's good. And maybe I should say a couple of things. I would feel hypocritical speaking about reparations and feeling like a victim because I grew up poor in St. Mary in Jamaica. I went to school barefoot. I could run. I got a track scholarship. My mother sewed a drawstring bag for me out of one of my old khaki uniforms. And that is the first thing I took to the US. I went to the University of Idaho, which is one of the reddest states in the United States. When I left, I sold 2 cars and an apartment building. I did a Bachelor's of Science in Finance, I did an MBA in Finance, and a PhD in Economic Development at the University of the West Indies. The guys from Turks know that I own one of the largest financial institutions in Turks and the Northern Caribbean. I don't feel like a victim. I don't know who want to be racist, but I wish them well. Deal with it. That is your problem. So I cannot speak with any authenticity of being oppressed by the man. I hire white people. They work for me. Right? So does that mean that they are not, and by the way, this story is not uncommon among Caribbean people in the United States. It is not uncommon. All right, having said that, does that mean that there is not a problem? No. Does that mean that we were ill-treated at independence? No. If you read Sir Hilary's book, How Britain Underdeveloped the Caribbean, Kenya and India got millions of dollars on independence, millions of dollars. We didn't get anything. Where I did my PhD at UA, it was a Sir Arthur Lewis School of Social and Economic Studies. I think there's a campus in Trinidad as well. Well, thank God Brian isn't here. They're taking the mic from me by now. There's a Salises here? Okay, every campus has a Salises. And if you look at his work when it comes to repatriation, he wasn't talking about giving us money for anything. So let's not talk about that. He was talking about development funds. I think it is reasonable to go down one of the lines that Brian goes down to talk about a Commonwealth reparations fund for sport. It's not an unreasonable thing. It fits with Sir Arthur Lewis's model. The problem, of course, is that the UK is broke and about to look more like Greece than anywhere else in the United States. So bear that in mind. It doesn't absolve them of a moral responsibility, you know, any more than it absolves the African kingdoms that grew wealthy through the slave trade. We talk about social justice, and we want to talk about that. But I live in a country where a black policeman is as likely to kill me in Jamaica as a black policeman in Alabama. That's my reality. So what are we really talking about here? If we want to talk about injustice, it has to be person to person. Do we want somebody to give us money to our governments here in the Caribbean that are notorious for wasting the money they already have? And anytime I tell a lie, tell me, please, call me out. All right? The resources they already have, they are wasted. Or they give their friend the money, or they get money to make 6 inches on the road and they make 3 and pocket the rest. Right? Ladies and gentlemen, we have work to do within ourselves. The point was made earlier about mental slavery. That is the biggest thing. That is the biggest thing. Black people allowed Belgium to tell you that if your nose broad, you're Tutsi, and if your nose narrow, you're Hutu, and therefore kill each other. And they did. And they did. At some point, as difficult as it is, because it's in your brain, you don't even know that you know it, and your parents teach you that nothing black good. Your parents taught you that. Right? We have to find a way to break that cycle and free ourselves. Marcus Garvey, Bob Marley, they have showed us the way. They have showed us the way. And by the way, the way that they have showed us never, think about this, never included asking the Englishman or the American white man for anything. Think about that. So I'm just saying, while we're there, woe unto us, and how many points, and whatever, and I'm sure there's going to be a lot of disagreement. For those of us who want to succeed and make progress, look into yourself first, and look into what you're teaching your children. And we'll go from there. At that point, if I should go back to the airport, Chairman, I will, but I believe I have said what everybody in here knows in the heart to be an element of truth. All right? Thank you.
So Jasmine, I think it's a really interesting, perspective in terms of the relevance of the 10-point plan. We've talked about how we generate awareness, build capacity, and how, if and when things start to, this momentum is building. So let's just say when. I'm not going to say if. I tend to be much more of an optimist in terms of this, global reckoning is outside the box. We're much better informed. It's causing all types of divisive discourse globally. The Caribbean brand identity. One of the things we were talking about this morning, and the entire room, everyone had a word to describe the brand. And surprisingly, it wasn't just one word. It was many words. Many different perspectives, all part of that same team. I think the reality is that this discourse is happening in the backdrop. You have institutions, government institutions, you have academic and higher education institutions, you have businesses. There's an entire industry that's wrapped around historical injustice. And coming from the southern United States myself, I can tell you, the plantation tours, which are great for tourism, are nonetheless controversial. And I think from one standpoint is that sport is directly and indirectly impacted, as you've so quite eloquently laid out for us. If we were to take a step tomorrow to reflect on, and this is maybe a tough and unfair question for you, but if we were to take a step tomorrow to reflect on how sport engages maybe with some, and not all, of the action points, what would be your advice in terms of who to engage? And I mean, we've engaged you, and I really appreciate, again, your time. But what would be your advice in terms of taking that first step of discourse? And also taking into consideration what Chris has said, not to send Chris on the airplane.
Thanks for the question, David. I think to Chris's point, like many athletes could take the same position that if I personally don't feel oppressed, then what's the bigger kind of battle that we're fighting if we don't personally identify with it? And I think that's where we do have to look beyond our own position of comfort or even position of privilege and consider the population of Black people that we don't probably have proximity with every day. Those are the people that we are building movements for, and that is a large number of Black people. Whether you're in the US, whether you're in Africa, whether you're in the Caribbean, when you don't have that proximity, it's easy for the challenges and the struggles of those people to be invisible. But nonetheless, I think the point that I wanted to make in the presentation earlier is that we have to connect ourselves to a bigger cause. And we do have to kind of get back on the ground with the everyday Black person. For example, some of my colleagues had talked about actually going to Haiti because we're only going by what we are seeing on the news. Lately, it's been a lot about the Kenyan intervention. I think to some extent, maybe we need to have a tour where these athletes are able to see these issues up front. When we brought the African Union to Barbados to meet with CARICOM, that was really a big part of that, to help people from other regions understand the realities of other regions. realities that are not proximate to us. And if you talk to Rwandans who can tell you about the nuance of the Hutus and the Tutsis, you'll get a different story as to how that unraveled. I think the same is true if we were to go to Haiti and really talk to Haitians on the ground. We'll learn a different story that is beyond our individual responsibility or our own mindset. There is a system. There is most definitely a system in place that has created these challenges that we're working through. So it doesn't mean we have to choose either or. Like, I don't think it's a matter of us only focusing on what we need to do. I think we should do that, and we should also ask for the repair that is due to us, because the fact of the matter is, where we are today, like those years of free labor, and those years of depleted resources, someone benefited from that at another country's expense, and the countries who were exploited, they're still paying for that.
Yeah.
So if you're looking at debt, that all these things tie back together. So I'll just leave it there and say that we can do both. We can take the communal approach of working on ourselves, but we should also request the accountability where it's due.
Okay, thank you very much. We're going to open up the floor to questions or comments. And Jasmine, this is not a group that is afraid to give their opinions.
Bonjour. Pour être plus à l'aise, je voudrais poser mes questions en français parce que je maîtrise mieux cette langue que toute autre, avec ma langue natale qui est le créole. J'ai entendu, j'ai apprécié et je félicite. Et cependant, It's okay? Good. Et je commencerai par vous dire que je vais parler en français parce que c'est une langue que je maîtrise mieux que les autres pour pouvoir être clair et pouvoir mieux m'exprimer. Je parle aussi le créole et j'en suis fier. C'est ma langue natale. C'est ma langue maternelle. J'ai entendu, j'ai apprécié et je félicite. Cependant, M. Stock a avancé des faits qui ne conviennent, ne va pas du tout dans mon sens à moi, je le dis personnel, pour avoir été comme lui, enfant de la Caraïbe, ayant émigré quelque part, ayant réussi. D'abord, c'est une chance. Tout le monde n'arrive pas à émigrer et tout le monde n'arrive pas à réussir. Est-ce qu'il faut confondre aussi une réussite personnelle avec une réussite collective? Pour parler de restitution, je prends toujours référence avec la Shoah. Il n'y a pas de différence entre l'esclavage et la Shoah. L'Allemagne, à cette époque, a déboursé 50 milliards de dollars. 50 milliards de dollars comme réparation à Israël. Pourquoi pas l'esclavage? Plus de 300 millions d'entre nous, de nos parents, excuse-moi, les larmes vont aux yeux, mais 300 millions de nous sont morts, partis, disparus. C'est vrai qu'on a été vendus aussi par nos frères. Nous étions tous en Afrique, nos grands-parents, vendus par nos frères. Mais ces gens qui nous transportaient dans les bateaux, je ne dirais pas leur nationalité, des Écossais juifs, c'est connu, c'est dit, à qui, après, et tous ceux qui étaient là, qui ont joui de la terre, je parle personnellement de mon pays, de Haïti, qui était à l'époque la colonie la plus riche qui existe. Et quand on a fait ce blocus contre nous, contre ce peuple, qui s'est permis, parce qu'il était noir, parce qu'il a pu réussir la première révolution anti-esclavagiste au monde, pour rendre l'homme égal, tout homme égal. La première constitution haïtienne est celle-là. Tout homme est égal. Ce n'est pas la France qui nous a donné en 1791 l'indépendance. C'était l'indépendance, c'était l'égalité entre les Blancs. Ce n'était pas l'égalité entre nous. Non, entre nous, hommes. Je n'ai pas de complexe. J'ai aussi une descendance blanche, une descendance allemande, et j'en suis aussi fier. Et je les ai recherchés, parce que je crois que je suis un homme comme tout homme. Mais je crois que quand on a demandé à un pays de payer plus que son PNB pendant plus de 50 ans, est-ce que la cause de la misère actuelle n'est pas aussi celle-là? Je ne dirai pas plus. Merci à tous.
Bonjour à tous. Je continuerai également en français, mais sur un autre registre. Je ne suis pas africain, je ne suis pas européen, je ne suis pas américain, je suis caribéen et fier de l'être. Ça veut dire que pour moi, avec notre histoire commune, avec ses difficultés, avec ses drames, la Caraïbe, pour moi, est le 6e continent. Et il faut partager cette histoire collective. Aujourd'hui, je considère que la Caraïbe est l'avenir du monde. Vraiment. Parce que nous cumulons tous les risques. Risques sociaux, problèmes historiques, risques environnementaux, risques économiques. Et les solutions que nous allons trouver vont s'appliquer au monde entier. Parce que malgré notre différence, malgré nos différences, nous partageons une histoire commune. Et plus que d'autres pays, nous subissons en particulier les conséquences climatiques, les conséquences de misère. Et les solutions que nous allons trouver, également dans le sport, s'appliqueront à tous. Et soyons fiers d'être caribéens. Je prendrai un exemple. Je suis également le président de la Ligue d'escrime de Martinique. Aujourd'hui, au dernier championnat du monde, champion olympique, à un moment donné, l'équipe de France d'épée était composée de 4 entiers. Nous pouvons, dans toutes les disciplines sportives, sortir des champions olympiques. Nous en avons les capacités. Simplement, faisons de nos expériences, de nos réussites, une intelligence collective.
Merci beaucoup. I think it's incredible. Jasmine, I'm not sure if you caught everything.
No,
yeah, it's from our Francophone Caribbean friends, a real focus, I think, also, and very affirming to a number of the points that you raised, but also the unique opportunity, I think, to summarize in terms of the ability for the Caribbean to take a leadership role. It's exemplified through sport, but also particularly in terms of, take the rightful place in terms of, with this collective energy, innovation, power, perspective, and history, to take a leadership stance and position firmly in the world. So I think that this sport is no doubt. I hope that's a reasonable summarization, but also I think the reality in Haiti as well was quite affirming. Yes, I think, and then also affirming the points that you raised in terms of the real oppression that is in Haiti and how that manifests today, and also, of course, the double debt that you indicated as well. Again, it has real modern consequences I hope that that's a clear articulation for Jasmine. So thank you very much. I think we have a few more people. Sasha, no, and then Ephraim.
I was going to make a comment, but I think Hans and they summarized it very well. Jasmine, I want to thank you for your presentation. What I was going to say is that I think we need to consider when we speak in this room, we're all speaking from positions of privilege. When contributing to reparations dialogues, we need to consider that Caribbean people as well do not experience race and racism in the same way that our brothers and sisters in other parts of the world, especially the US, experience race. When I look at my Prime Minister, she is somebody I can aspire to be. And in a lot of our countries, when we look at our leaders, when we look at our presidents of the NOCs, we have no doubt that there's a pathway to achieve that. And that is not necessarily the realities of persons in other regions. So I think that's one of the things we need to be aware of, as well as the fact that individual successes don't negate the fact that there's systemic racism, just like there is systemic gender-based inequalities in sport and in other institutions in society. So I think the point I want to posit is that, yes, individuals have to change, but I also think the environments need to change as well to facilitate everybody feeling like they belong, and so that there is a way forward from these discussions.
Good afternoon, everyone. Trying to remember my point, but when Jasmine was speaking, I quickly Googled the 10-point plan, and my attention immediately went to psychological rehabilitation, which is listed as item number 8. We should be actually item number 1, because I believe that until we have some kind of psychological rehabilitation as a people, given our struggles, then we won't move forward. We've been talking about this for quite some time. Everybody has a different opinion, everybody has different upbringing and so on, and I believe that once we look at it from a psychological perspective and come together to address that, that is when we can really successfully move forward. And the other point I wanted to make was about collective success, as my brother over there mentioned. What does that look like in the Caribbean? What does collective success looks like in our region? When you think about the UAE, for example, I know personally I think about wealth, riches, and whatnot. What do we think about when we look at Caribbean region? You know, so we will have individual success, but what is it collectively? And how do we get to that point where we succeed as a group? I think that's what I had in mind. Thank you.
I could yield if you want. I could yield and then go.
You yield? Okay.
Yeah.
Good morning. Jasmine, thank you. As a Caribbean person, we have, well, I know I've grown up hearing about reparation, but I'm going to say this. It has never been explained properly to everyone in the Caribbean. The more educated you are, you get a better understanding. But at the end of the day, you made a very valid point that I may be a little bit more privileged, and some of us have a bit more privilege in the way we were brought up, the way we were educated. But there's still the majority, and these are the persons we are fighting for, these are the persons that we're trying to get reparation for. But guess what? We have never asked them what they think about reparation. We have never included them in this conversation.
Reparation has been all the educated and the learned minds sitting around the table, the leaders sitting around the table. We have not gone into the communities, to the persons who are suffering, who are still feeling the bite, as we put it, of slavery. We haven't spoken to them. We haven't asked them their thoughts. We haven't asked them, are we going the right route for reparation? Most people, if they think reparation, they're looking at monies in their hands. They're not looking at the overall picture. Yes, I don't think that reparation can be money in my hand, because I look that I am from 4 different nationalities in the Caribbean. How do you give me reparation? But at the same time, we are saying it needs to be done, but we are not speaking to the persons who are really going to be affected by reparation. We are keeping it within us among heads, and I think that we need to take the conversation down into the, what we would, if you want to say slums, we want to take it to the people who really are going to benefit and let them have a voice and see if we are really walking the right path, if we are really taking their situations, their conditions into consideration as we create these plans, as we make these big moves, as we go on the world stage and open our mouths to talk about reparation, but are we truly representing everyone when we say the word reparation? That's what I want to say.
Yeah, President Keith Joseph made the mistake of asking me to contribute whenever I saw fit. So sorry about this because it's going to be long-winded. But I come from a different perspective, because there's almost 20% of the West Indies, when I say West Indies, I mean English-speaking Caribbean, who are neither white nor black, who have not been addressed in this discussion at all, who I think that when you're talking about reparation, we all accept that chattel slavery was the worst form of injustice meted out to humankind. But that doesn't mean that we're made up of just black and white. We saw the color very nicely put up by, the picture put up by you, of a black and white picture transformed into all colors, because we're a multicultural, multiracial society. And to have a 10 or 12 action point without any reference to anybody else in the Caribbean is a bit rich. Now, I will give you a bit of my own perspective, because Chris spoke about his own sort of opportunities. And you spoke about India and Kenya getting millions of dollars. They got minuscule amount of money. When the British left, when British came to India, India was providing 24% of the world GDP. When they left, it was 4%. Literacy rate was 12% in males and 9% in females. Now they're the 4th largest economy in the world, having just surpassed the UK, with 78 and 76% literacy, male and female. The answer there is education. So when your action point is that you must get reparation for digital, catching up with the digital world. You don't catch up with reparation, you catch up with education. And we are a society which is highly educated, which is losing our ability to get educated. We've produced Nobel laureates, we've produced professionals at the highest level across all races. And I think what we should be discussing is how do we strengthen our own systems in education, which is falling apart from the most basic primary school level to our levels of illiteracy right up to the highest level. All the other countries that have become successful is not because of reparations, because they've invested a generation or two into education and other social platforms. Thank you.
Thanks. May I just respond? I want to make 2 points. I'll start with the last point. As I stated in my presentation, I'm a Black woman, so I'm going to speak from the experience of Black people. That doesn't mean that other people who have experienced histories of oppression are not a part of a reparations framework. That is just the focus and scope of the discussion that I led today. And I want to be clear that reparations for Black people is not a zero-sum game. That doesn't mean that other groups don't get reparations. Everybody should get reparations. I think it's just a matter of how we are framing the scope of this conversation. The other point I want to make is around talking with communities. I 100% agree, and I think that is the work of the organization that I do, is that as we are having conversations with communities about what reparations means, is to understand that it's not going to be the same thing in every place, because every place has a different history, every place has a different need, and every place has a different condition today. So if we talk to the different stakeholders in those communities, the people who are directly impacted, you'll get a different answer. So I wouldn't ever want to lose that important cornerstone of how do you implement reparations and how do you decide what it is. And then the last piece on defining reparations, I think that is another great point, that it doesn't only mean cash. It definitely doesn't only mean money. I think reparations is about rebuilding systems that actually benefit people, because we know that systems were put in place to deliberately exploit and disenfranchise people. That's just the bottom line. Systems were put in place so that Black people cannot benefit from their own resources and their own labor. Why can't we have systems that undo that harm? I don't see the problem with that. I feel like it is just a natural way to say, look, we did this wrong, and this is how we want to correct that mistake. And when we look at the current conditions of today, we only have a debate around reparations when we're talking about Black people. When we're talking about other countries and other communities, there's no debate. I think one of the best examples, which is currently on the center stage right now, is we're having a conversation about reparations for Ukraine, which they should absolutely get. But there isn't this kind of question around why they shouldn't, and there shouldn't be that question. I personally have an issue with the double standard, that when we talk about Black people, we don't know how to find the money. When we know in the UK, for example, 2015, everybody who lives in the UK was paying taxes into a reparations bill that was paying slave owners in the UK. So even though other generations to this day had to pay for reparations to slave owners in the UK, they got paid. There was no question of where to find the money. So Black people should get money, and they should get other things. It's not just one thing, but I think we really do have to push back on all of these arguments that are meant to take the conversation off the course of figuring out how to do it and when it's going to happen, because it is possible, it is feasible, it has been done before. There's just this resistance when we're talking about Black people.
Hello, yes. I just wanted to make a comment here. The case for reparations, before it was exhaustively made, was to me self-evident, right? And it's precedent all over the world. So there ought not to be an argument about whether or not the Caribbean nations that were subjected to British-led slavery, which is different from the French and the Spanish, by the way, if there's a case for reparations. I don't know what reparations means. It's not, you owe me this, right? That is one thing. Now, I don't think there should be a debate about that. Now, who wants to admit it? Who wants to take responsibility? How you pay? All of that are discussions worth having, and it may come to pass one day. But I will say to you what I say to the hundreds of young men that I mentor. Your biggest enemy in your own development is blaming your circumstances. Right? I will say that to you. And forgive me, or Edith not here, but yeah. I have seen in my lifetime in Turks and Caicos, for example, where one of the hardest working set of people, and don't go back and tell Mike I said this in public, and a government came into place that started to give you things. And now the idea of having to work is abhorrent. Am I lying? Right? The idea of now having to go out and work is abhorrent. Careful what you ask for, and careful what you get. So while we are pursuing a just and noble cause, my only thing to you is to say, trust me. And it's a lived experience. And when people say that I'm privileged, I shake my head. Because I know that the grace of God and the sweat of brow. All right? Nobody's giving you anything. Share two things of the story of Jamaica bobsleigh. Went to a starting line in a race in Austria. And went to the starting line, and people start making the monkey noise, which is a way of Europeans degrading you. Anyway, we're not really business with them as Jamaicans. That's your problem. And other folks from other black countries vex and take up the sled and go home. Right? Within months, we were beating them. Right? Because there's something in the Caribbean nature And there's a lot of reason for that, by the way. That Professor Rex Nettleford called the monetisation of the Caribbean person. I am somebody. You go to Latin America, you go to other parts, India, and they're just saying, you know, they're saying in a famous Latin American book, where somebody comes home and says, is anybody home? I'll get a key or I'll go see. And the response was, nobody, sir, just me. A Caribbean person is not going to say that. Because as poor as they are, they know that they are somebody. Right? So when you take that attitude to the US and you come across other people from a different background who have been so beaten down so continuously that the chip is solid, riveted on their shoulder, all right, they're going to respond differently. That is one battle that needs to be fought. I think what we need to do is to continue through the efforts of people like Sir Hilary Beckles and Jasmine to make the case and pursue the case. But I'm saying while that is going on, let us look into ourselves. Please, just trust me on this, guys. I've seen it 100 times. There's an old West African saying that the winds and waves always favor the ablest navigators. The winds and waves favor the ablest navigators. So who want to be racist, who want to not give you the job, trust me, Jamaican will suck salt through a wooden spoon until they are hiring the person that would not hire them. It multiply 100 times. Up and down the north. You go anywhere and see, anytime you see a black man in charge, put your money that come from the Caribbean. Same thing in the university systems, same thing in business and so on. And it is not because we are better people, it is because part of our culture is that you are smutty. Right? So in all of this, please, all I'm asking is that in all of this discussion and all of this pursuit, that we don't wait. I lived in New York for a while, and you know, some African American friends lived beside me, and literally one of them would wait on the seat every day and wait for the mailman, where my check? That's the welfare check. That's just one example. That's not representative of it. But let us not get to where we're sitting on the step talking about Englishman, where my check? Get up and work. That is all I'm asking. All right, I don't want in any way to take away from the righteousness of the repatriation argument. And I would go as far, President Joseph, to say that we need to agree to support the effort for a Commonwealth repatriation reparations fund for sport. That's a legitimate request. All right, I'm support. We can get behind that. But in the meantime, do not sit on the step waiting for anybody to come to you with a check. All right, that is where I'd want to end that. Thank you very much.
Speak now. All right, well, I don't know if I can follow that, but I've been set up. Because my comment was, when I was listening to you speaking, Jasmine, when you spoke about Colin Kaepernick and the NFL and the way he was treated. I look at the NFL, I look at football, I love American football, so I can relate to what you were saying. And the black quarterback. I know when I was pretty young, I heard of Warren Moon, but he had to go to Canada to play to get back to the NFL. So that was a system that was set up to exclude them, saying they were not bright enough or smart enough to be a quarterback. And we see it today. You have quite a number of black quarterbacks in the NFL. And whenever the commentators are speaking, they always speak about their physical attributes and their running quarterbacks, and they try to belittle them as not being as good as the other quarterbacks. So how is that system pervasive throughout sports in some way, in particular where they figure that a black athlete cannot do a specific function. So what's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think your question gets into how do we think about creating parallel institutions? Because looking at our history, when we were told that we weren't good enough to participate in the mainstream leagues, we had to create our own things. And so to the extent that we think about how we are or are not being included or able to put our skills to use in some of these industries, I think there is a question that some people are having. Some of the newer kind of athletes are thinking about starting leagues in other places. Of course, this is a very embryonic idea, but I do think that that could be the wave of the future as we think about how do we contest and create other systems and other markets for ourselves.
Thank you, Jasmine. Are there any other? Thank you.
All right, thank you, David. I'm mindful of the note that Brian made when we started this session, and it was that we ought to ensure that we actually get to talking about next steps and not just talk. So where are we going and what are the next steps? And at the sake of sounding repetitive, I want for us to stop and take a note that when David asked how many of us know of the 10, or was it Jasmine? Somebody asked of the 10-point plan. There weren't many hands. In fact, I don't know if I saw any hands in the room at all about the 10-point plan. So I think in terms of the next steps, that's obvious. We've really got to do a better job about sharing the 10-point plan. I alluded a little earlier about a conversation I had with my friend about just this morning at breakfast about reparations. And I did say to him, I said, you know, one of my bits of ambivalence is I know CARICOM, University of West, somebody has done some work on this at that level, but I can't say that I know, so I'm going to reserve. So I was reserving making certain kinds of comments. And so I believe we have to do some work in education, a sensitization of the issue, well, more work in terms of the issue, and then actually sharing the 10-point plan and the thoughts of some of our, you know, scholars and so on in terms of going forward and the 10-point plan. In terms of the other part of the topic, which we are, you know, down to look at, that is re-engineering sport leadership on the whole. I ask myself sometimes, are we as sports leaders today really in step with the athletes? Do we have the same understanding? Do we have their understanding? Do we understand their understanding of sports, in other words? And I'm going to say that I think that's a challenge for us. I don't know if we're on the same page. I don't know if we really have been doing a good job of actually leading them. One of the things that Chrissy and I spoke about in the break was that when I played, we played for the glory. In fact, I don't know, is it still in the Olympic oaths that the athletes and the officials, something about playing a sport and the glory for it all? Today's athletes, what glory are you talking about? Even in the Caribbean, where we could argue whether or not it's a reality, athletes are wanting to ensure that sport can help them pay the bills, can help them do a daily bread. And I'm just going to use that as one example. So do we have the same understanding? And so, again, at the sake of sounding repetitive, I want to say something that was pointed to earlier. We need to consult. We need, in terms of the next steps, we need to consult with the athletes. I worked for a company at one time who I was constantly fighting my bosses. I was in HR. And they would say, well, you know, the employees said, you know, and we're going to do this for employees. And I've said, so how do we know they want that? What do you mean? We know. I said, well, why don't we ask them? And anybody who has a business know, if you're doing things for your customers, you just don't run out and do it. You have to ask them what they want before you decide. So that in terms of the next steps, I believe there has to be a phase of consultation with the clients, so to speak. Right? Thanks very much.
Okay, I'm going to be quick. I don't have anything particularly intelligent to say on this topic. But I'm going to tell you something from the heart, because honestly, in the past hour, I'm English, British, and I've started to feel a little uncomfortable and guilty, actually. Not guilty for my own actions, but guilty for perhaps one of my generations before. So I'm putting this to you because I was bullied at school because of the color of my skin. My dad's Jamaican, and I don't know, I'm a bit of a mongrel all over the place. But actually, I'm proud of that. And it's just a question to you. When you start talking about this, maybe remember that there may be some people in the room who it's not our fault, and we hate it too, and it makes us feel uncomfortable as well. And I'm sorry too.
Thanks for that. If I may quickly respond and just say that none of us in this room are responsible for the actions of our ancestors. I think what gives me hope is that we are responsible for the action that we choose to take today. And I think that there's a lot that is possible because we're even able to have this conversation. And it's uncomfortable for me. And I think it's uncomfortable because history just takes us through a lot of different emotions to process human nature. And how do we use this same human nature to find some solutions that move us forward and don't keep us stuck. So I just want to say thank you for even taking the floor to express that, and that I think it's important for us to continue to have uncomfortable conversations in the interest of getting us to a point where we can really reshape the kind of future we want to live in, and so that we don't get stuck repeating history or being in these stagnant cycles.
If I may, before you go, Annette, yes. The James Baldwin, when confronted with that predicament, because he had a lot of white friends, nobody's talking about that white person there or that Englishman or that black man there. He used a term called the historical Englishman or the historical American. And it's important to make the distinction. Nevertheless, one of the things is my English friends today feel no burden from what happened. But I do, hundreds of years later. It doesn't mean that it is your fault, but it means that I still have a problem to get over, right? And I think that is what we're talking about. And it's not, you know, it's going no, and by the way, the fact that we are speaking so comfortably in your presence indicates that we think that you're a part of the family, not the outside. So yeah, so I hope you take that. But we're all generations past it. But the truth is, I still have to be telling my children that I have to be affirming things that other folks don't have to affirm to their children. Especially, and Sandra, you know, my daughter is a strong black woman, right? And you have to be affirming her in a different way because she feels that she should be quiet and stay in the corner, but it's not in her nature. So there's a lot of things that we still have to deal with that folks in the metropoles are long past, and it doesn't make it any less legitimate. All right, thanks, Annette. Sorry to cut you.
That's okay. We'll allow you to speak. You're the guest. So, Jasmine, thank you very much. I'm Annette Knott from Trinidad and Tobago, and very much part of the Women in Sport, both here in the CANOC and also in the Pan Am region. So a lot of our black women are very prominent, and we're very proud of what we do. And I understand when they say that perhaps in the Caribbean we don't feel the same, because I've never felt at any time, like Chris, that I have been deprived. Not necessarily, I'm talking in terms of finance or economic. I'm talking about if we want to get somewhere, we get there as a woman. So if we want to get to the top, we want to be president, we could be president, we just have to affirm that. I think this morning was a real lesson for me. I have to say it was a real eye-opener, so thank you for that. I started jotting down. First, I went to Google you quickly, see if you did any scholarly articles. Then I thought, maybe I should now go back and read Toussaint Louverture and Haiti, and actually thought for today, perhaps I need to look back a little bit more at our history. Maybe read the C.L.R. James, Beyond the Boundaries, and because I'm involved in sport, probably I need a little bit more history to start to understand a little bit more. I mean, I would pontificate about why athletes are not doing what they're doing right now, but that doesn't mean that I really have enough history to be doing that. And if it would be one lesson to everybody here today, would be to perhaps we should delve a little bit more into our history to have a better understanding of how we deal with our athletes of today. Definitely the young athletes are coming from a totally different perspective. And so, yes, we need to be able to support that, but of course not anecdotal. We need to have some data, some history, etc. So my question is, and you may have the information, this 10-year plan was done 10 years ago. 10-point plan was done 10 years ago with CARICOM. What has happened since? What's happened in those 10 years? Has anything happened? Because we're excited about how are we going to get things. Maybe we go to CARICOM, maybe we go to the government. Is that going to be a route, or perhaps we should be thinking somewhere else?
Thanks so much for your feedback. I will say I don't speak as a representative of CARICOM, but I know that most of what's in the 10-point plan requires resources. And I know resources have been a challenge for CARICOM over the years to actually put some of these systems in place. So progress has been quite limited. However, in this moment, I would say most definitely in the last year or so, for the first time, there are resources in the reparations, the global reparations space that really gives us some hope for how the region in particular can be mobilizing on reparations, but also for how the CARICOM Prime Ministerial Subcommittee on Reparations can be better utilizing all of the expertise and the political power that is happening around reparations. You may be aware that Prime Minister Mia Mottley has been a phenomenal global leader on this topic, and Barbados is actually the chair of the CARICOM's Prime Ministerial Subcommittee on Reparations. So this new moment of not just her political power, but like I said, the political power that we're seeing in Ghana, like the first time the African Union has ever expressed an interest in reparations is now. You have our colleagues in Latin America, Colombia in particular, who are right there with the Prime Minister, with the President of Ghana, to have this global alliance of politicians who are ready to push this issue forward. So this moment is where we're seeing the stars align. At least I think the stars are aligning, where our politicians are really pushing for this and taking leadership, but also our movements have the resources, including CARICOM, to actually move this agenda forward. There is a new will, there is a new kind of appetite to consider reparations. You have universities across the UK, you have universities in the United States who are also now even reconciling their own history around reparations. They aren't given reparations, but they're having a conversation to say, hey, Harvard University has enslaved persons burial ground on it, and we need to explore what this history means. So now there's a report. You have the king in England who has commissioned a report on the monarchy's role in slavery. These are all new conversations that are just now starting to really come to the forefront. It hasn't gotten to reparations yet, but I do think that there is a new momentum where reparations is going to be one of the biggest issues of this generation and definitely of the 21st century. So with that, I think we're in a new moment where more things will be possible that may have not necessarily been ready to be in the global stage as they are now.
Thank you, Jasmine. I think we're going to have two more, and then we're going to kind of wrap it up. Sandra.
Can I be one of
Yes,
those
you
two?
are.
Thank you. I actually just want to share a very personal reflection because, you know, we've talked a lot today about where we've come from, and Jasmine also touched on cricket. And for me, it is very personal because my grandfather was a member of that 1928 cricket team to England with Larry Constantine. And in our family, we are well aware of the stories that he has told about what he went through in 1928. We are now very close to 2028. And I think that we owe it to all of ourselves, to him, and to all of the Larry Constantines of this world to make sure that we haven't wasted those 100 years in a very inclusive way, having regard to all that's been said.
President Joseph.
Actually, we had the Olivier brothers who were playing cricket. They were from Beckwith. One of them ended up with the first unofficial tour of the West Indies to England. You know, I had an English teacher who came to us in high school, and he was upset about two things, having gained employment at the institution. One was that the principal called him after his first term and says, I see you give a lot of students 100%. We don't do that here. And he says, well, then you don't need me here. Because if the student deserves 100%, it's 100% he will get. The second point was that we were in Form 5. And he came in one day and he brought a book on the 1964 missile crisis with Cuba and the United States. And then he passed it around and he says, well, Joseph, you read first page, then we discuss. Second page, the next day he came back with a Newsweek magazine. And we did the same exercise. And one brave student got up one day and said, but sir, we have this Mastering Modern English book that they make us buy. They have this other grammar book that they make us buy, but we ain't using any of them. And he says, son, you're in Form 5. Those books are still teaching you the difference between T-O, T-W-O, and T-O-O. Now you've been doing that since primary school, plus 5 years in secondary. If you don't know how to do that yet, or the difference, I can't help you. At this level, we discuss ideas. We engage in critical thinking. So start listening to the news because we're going to be discussing that. I need you to be able to articulate these issues. And that's what we have done here today. You know, when we were preparing this program, Chris, David, and I kept saying, let's remember the audience. Are we really ready for this kind of discussion at this level? And the result was, look, we've been meeting now for 20 years. This is our 21st General Assembly. If we aren't ready for it now, we're never going to be ready. And so we are heartened by the fact that what we have just done, the exercise will continue. One of the problems for us is, and Freddie mentioned education, it is what constitutes education in the Caribbean. The Caribbean is known for an area that is very, very weak when it comes to reading. My friend Stephen Joachim will tell you that because he would read 1-2 books in a single day. We don't like to read. And we don't like to touch uncomfortable subjects. So when we start talking of slavery and colonialism and repatriation, people feel a little bit inhibited. Because on one hand, we may not have taken the time to read enough about it or to understand it enough to be able to articulate a position on it. I know our discussions preparing for here, Chris says, when would CARICOM discuss the issue, or CANOC, sorry, discuss the issue of reparation? When would CANOC decide, should we be saying something about the Casa Semene issue? Should we? Should we have a position on the situation with regard to Russia and Ukraine? Because in our respective international bodies, the issues have come up. And what do? Shy away and say we have no views? Because that's what we often do. That's what we often do. And sometimes when you get up and you speak, the others go behind and they talk behind your back. What he talk? Why getting involved in the people thing? It's always somebody else's thing. It is not ours. And I started off by saying this morning that we have a right to be there. We are in this business. And these are matters that are pertinent to the business of sport. If we don't discuss them, we put ourselves outside of the organizations to which we belong. And you know, we have hope. You know, this is a matter of social justice. And the next steps involve our articulation of a position in respect of social justice. And it ought to be on our agenda. But Douglas Hall, historian, indicated some years ago when he was analyzing the failure of the West Indies Federation. And he says, you know what the problem was? And it was articulated here again today. The leaders wanted federation. They never asked the people if they wanted federation. He says, so it was a leadership caucus and never the Caribbean People's Caucus. So it was, oh, so they having federation, all right, okay. And then nobody moves because they start to fight up, as leaders often do, who should be in charge, where we should locate the headquarters, etc. Check the history of West Indies Federation. That's what this is all about. And then one decided we will have a referendum because if we allow federation to take place, you know what would happen? All them small countries, them small islands, will inundate our countries and our people wouldn't be able to get anything out of it. And that referendum led to a decision, no, we're not becoming part of that. And then a lot of leaders says, you all think Newmats just start? Eric Williams was the first Newmats man. He says 1 from 10 leave north. Right? And that was it. We ended up, the leaders who were thinking that they could have done so much for and on behalf of their people, who never involved their people, ended up failing. Are we back at this point? At the time of the formation of CARIFTA, even before CARICOM, the European Union was then just a European community. And they sent down a group of experts to see what was the Caribbean people thinking when they talk about forming a free trade area in the region. And then they sent them back when we started talking CARICOM because it was supposed to be a Caribbean common market. And then they went back and they said, nah, that ain't going anywhere. And they formed a European Union. And you see how they operate. They make decisions. And they have rules to enforce the decision. And they have penalties when you don't enforce them. CARICOM is still a paper tiger, by and large. But we have hope. And our hope is manifested through sport in a very unique exercise in Guadeloupe. Guadeloupe had given a commitment to having the first Caribbean Games. And as it came closer, some of the Guadeloupean authorities, not the French authorities in Guadeloupe, some of the Guadeloupean authorities asked the leadership of the organizing committee, put it off. We want to do something else. And we went to Guadeloupe and we spoke to Alain, who is here, who is the chairman of the organizing committee. What do you want to do? And he says we gave a commitment and we want to carry through. The people from France, the French authorities in Guadeloupe, came to us and says, what do you want to do? And so they formed an alliance with us to help us facilitate the thing. And we were at a function, a press conference, and somebody, Brian, in his usual inimitable style, gone off and started to talk. And said, well, you know, we're making a position here, and he explained exactly what was happening. And when we were finished, a journalist came up and he said to Brian and I, how you all get into the airport? And so Brian started to laugh and said, well, I mean, we're going to car or whatever will carry us. And he says, no, I mean, how are you getting to the airport? Because the comments you made about you all wanting to go ahead with the games, when some of the local authorities are saying not to have the games, I'm not too sure you will get to the airport. Very serious about it. But you know, in the end, we had a CANOC General Assembly, extra general meeting. And to the last member of CANOC, regardless of what they thought, the resolve was the games will go on, even if it means, and it did mean, virtually emptying the treasury of CANOC. And on top of that, they will undertake as NOCs and CGAs to pay for their own accommodation because they knew that Guadeloupe could no longer have afforded it. It was an amazing sign of Caribbean unity. And at the end of the meeting, the mantra true to the games was Caribbean Games in Guadeloupe against all odds. I say to you as we talk about next steps and our future, against all odds, we will achieve.
Thank you very much, President Joseph. And with that, I know Chris and David would appreciate that the President speaks, and he brought it back on track, on time. And so thank you very much, Yasmin, again, for taking time on your contribution. Regardless of what, thought-provoking. Well done. Thank you. David and Chris, I know you all will be here throughout the rest of the period here, including at the function at the Barbados Olympic House. And the bus will leave at 6:30 p.m., and there'll be a lot of opportunity for conversation. Yeah, we agree with that? Chris? Okay, good, fine. We now will go to the signing of CANOC's engagement with the Center for Sport and Human Rights, and Mr. David Grevenberg, wearing the hat of Chief Innovation and Partnership Officer for the Center for Sport and Human Rights, will sign. I know Vice President Carson Banks will shift to his left and allow David to sit next to the President of CANOC. I'm seeing fingers pointing. I think, what does that mean? The photographer needs to come. I see he's getting instructions just now. He needs to be told he has to come up and take the picture. What happened? President Osborne, everything all right? No, no, no. You're just looking a little, get me a little nervous. You give me the bad eye. Oh, okay, 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 okay. Okay, so. What? Just now, hold on.
Yeah,
One
before
second,
we sign, I have a question.
Okay, hold on. Before they sign, hold on. Go ahead, Mr.
Yeah, not for once have I lost trust or faith in the leadership of CANOC. But we're about to sign an agreement, you said on what? All right, an engagement on what?
An engagement, yes.
An engagement on what?
President.
With a Center for Sports and Human Rights.
Yes.
All right. I would
Alfred,
want
sorry.
a little brief as to how this historic signing agreement today.
Engagement
today will filter down to the benefit of the talk I heard this morning about sportsmen and sportswomen and the CANOC community in general. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that question and seeking of clarification and validation, validity. It's fair.
I'm happy. It's a fair question, Alfred. Just in brief, I think everything I kind of covered briefly on my presentation. We're working with a number of NOCs worldwide and also engaging on the conversation around sport and human rights, the implications of human rights in your everyday business. We provide education, so we do, and by engaging CANOC in the Caribbean region, we'll have access to that education material. We'll also have access to some of our capacity building programs and also access to collectively engage with us. This is not an obligation. It is an opportunity for engagement. And so this is really just showcasing the intent to start exploring where, within the context of the Caribbean, we can start working with you to help strengthen areas that are impacted by human rights issues. So that's really it. Beyond that, it's not a legal agreement. So if CANOC is not unsatisfied with the work of the center or the position of the center, CANOC and everyone can not engage. So that's the basis. But it's an opportunity to show progressive leadership and also on a topic that is not only emerging, but is here and is very relevant. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. On that note, we will go to the lunch break, and we will come back at 2 p.m. Beyond possible and new thinking. You know, as you go out the door, there is a saying in business. Innovation is crucial to an organization's existence. IBM and Kodak forgot that. So folks, lunch is served. Thank you very much. And we'll see you back at 2 p.m. for the 10th annual CANOC workshop hosted by our good friends, the Barbados Olympic Association. Noemi, you're coming into the hot seat after lunch here. You see what's going on? Stand by, we are coming to you shortly. And again, we thank those of you who have been tuning in to the 10th annual CANOC workshop live stream. Thank you very much for listening. I don't think we really maybe should have created an avenue for you to comment. For that, we accept full responsibility. I know, but I done signal already. That's the code, that's the cue. Itania, instead of walking and marching, must know she needs to go and pong the thing. Itania. No. Itania, Ms. Wiggins, the president would like you to go and ensure everybody comes in, please. Thank you. Okay. You see, that's the problem with live. Natalia. Okay, folks, we're live. We're live. We're live, on stream. Again, on behalf of the CANOC executive and all the CANOC members, we thank you, those of you who are tuning in live, for taking the time to tune into the 10th CANOC workshop. As you will remember, we are celebrating our 20th anniversary. And tomorrow we'll have the 21st CANOC General Assembly, and that also will be carried live on the stream. If you need to know what's the link, reach out to your National Olympic Committee for all the information. Okay, folks, as we count down to what is the closing session of this exciting, thought-provoking workshop, we'll have, let me just hold on a little bit to 159. For those of you already in the room, remember this is the housekeeping announcement. The bus that will take us all to the Barbados Olympic Association's Olympic House for the function this evening will leave the Hilton Hotel Resort lobby at 6:30 p.m. 6:30 p.m. in the lobby. Dress is resort casual. No. Dress is elegantly casual. Again, we thank our host, the Barbados Olympic Association, for their hospitality. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 8, 4. No, wait. I'll give it a quick 3, 2, 1. All right, we are going to start what is the closing session of what has been a very dynamic, vibrant, informative, and thought-provoking 10th annual CANOC workshop. This session, we will be, for those of you who didn't have the opportunity to hear the presentations and the interaction from the IOC CANOC BOA collaboration on the sustainability workshop on the 4th and 5th of October. It was very interactive, very informative. And this session, we will invite the IOC Sustainability Lead, Julie Duffus, Ben, and right, Julie will do the introduction of everybody to make sure we don't miss out anybody. So, Julie, without further ado, we're on the clock, and when Julie and her team is finished, our president will deliver the wrap-up, and then we'll bring to a close this workshop. So, Julie, you have been very good. Don't worry. You're not coming up? You're staying there? Okay, I turn you over to Julie Duffus.
Working, oh, yes. Well, where do I start from this morning? I start by saying I've been here now for 4 days, I think. I do a lot of work with NOCs around the world. I have a lot of working groups. I've been to a lot of conferences. But wow, you guys blow them out the water. I've never had such honest, open, interesting, insightful conversations ever. Like, I have learned so much here, really. You're so open and honest, it's just a breath of fresh air. You know, there are many NOCs, to be honest, who will only say that they complain about lack of capacity or lack of funding, and that's all they talk about. They don't solve about how to fix it or the real root of the issues. But you guys do, and you should be very proud of yourself as a region for that. But anyway, I'm moving on to climate change, and I was listening to this morning and I was thinking there's so much history, however we might feel about that, but I'm standing here actually worried about our future. Because what are our grandchildren and grandchildren, great-grandchildren going to be thinking about the history that we are now in a world which the scientists are telling us is going to disappear? We're looking at whole nations disappearing. And are they going to be standing up here saying, why didn't my grandparents do something when they could? Why were they talking about their history when they could have actually also been looking at our future? Because our future is now in a place where we can hardly survive. And that's what we're talking about now with climate change. So the pressures on the people and the planet directly relates actually to the pressures on sport. How can we have sport when we are struggling for survival? And the scientists are telling us that this will become a reality in only 20 years' time. So while we're talking about safe places for our athletes and our youth, that has to be also safe from climate change. And I know you get that, but there's a lot of people in the world who don't get that, actually. But we're seeing that sport is being impacted globally, everywhere, for different reasons. So your reasons are very real, and they're different to other reasons as well. So the athlete health, and we mustn't forget that, because it's not just physical. We're seeing more injuries, actually, with climate change. It's also mental as well. So much damage to our sport infrastructure, coastal erosion, sea level rise, but also the lack of natural snow. People are talking about, will there even be a Winter Olympics in 50 years' time? We're not sure. We're seeing so many cancellation of sport events, more pollution, also a rising cost of insurance, infrastructure, everything is just coming. But we must not forget one thing, that we are also a contributor, every single one of us in this room. And I am the first one to say, oh, it's my government's fault. I don't really particularly like my government at the moment. I don't think they're doing enough. It was only 2 weeks ago they decided to decrease what they're doing on climate. But actually I can sit here and say, no, it's their fault, they need to do it. But actually I can also make changes myself, not just for sport, but also just for life. So as an example, last night I witnessed something which I've been wanting to witness my whole life, and I saw a little turtle hatchling coming out of the sand, just here. And I couldn't believe it because I've always wanted to see this my whole life. And it made me so happy. Then I turned around and I almost trod on a dead one. It was dead because it was being confused by the lights of our bar, our swimming pool. And I thought, okay, what am I going to do about that? Because here we're talking about biodiversity and our planet. So I could just say it was someone else's fault, it's the hotel's fault. But actually I want to do something about it. So I committed to myself, I'm going to go and talk to the hotel manager and I'm going to say, you need to put up one of those fences. You need to look at turtle lights. So okay, I can't directly do that, but what I can do is maybe put the thought in someone else's head who will do something as well. So here, I'm not going to talk about this. All I'm going to say is we're currently at predictions of around 3 degrees increasing. At 2 degrees, entire nations within our Olympic movement, our Olympic family, will disappear. That could be some of you guys. It's also some other islands, but that really hurts all of us, actually. I don't want that to happen. And yes, I'm like some tiny little ant or something, or grain of sand. But I want to do something about that because I don't want that to happen. And they're saying that could happen within our lifetimes, within our children's lifetimes. So I can't stand up here saying what to do if I don't work really hard at the IOC to also do something about it. And we've put in a lot of measures over the past 5 to 7 years to do what we can. And we started with walking the talk. So we wanted to embed sustainability throughout us as an organization. It never stops. It's always hard work, but I'm really committed to try and make that change. Then as owner of the Olympic Games, so we've put in a whole new way of requirements and ways of working. We haven't seen it yet because of the way that host city contracts works, but by Paris we will see that. And then as leader of the Olympic movement, so what can I do to support you? And this is what I'm trying to do. That's my role, to support you. And it's a big commitment that I will support you any way that I can. So as us as an organization, you all know this, but how many of us know that actually there's 15 recommendations, 40 recommendations, and a lot of those are about sustainability. So it's really at the heart of what we're talking about. This just goes back to the core thing of building a better world through sports. And it's our responsibilities, but it's also the opportunities that we have within all of our spheres of responsibility, which then contributes to the SDGs, and we have to get better at that. We have committed at the IOC to reduce our carbon emissions by 50% by 2030. So that's halving what we have done before, and it is really hard, but we have to do it. Paris, you'll see next year, hopefully, what they are doing. And I have a quick slide, in a minute actually, about Paris. But this is also, some of you may have heard of the Olympic Forest, where we decided actually that we wanted to celebrate what everyone else is doing, or the NOCs. So we opened the Olympic Forest Network so that we can really support you in your programs, but also highlight the amazing things that you are doing. But you'll see on this map, there's a gap. So let's try and fix that together. I've heard some amazing stories over the last couple of days. You're already doing it, but I just didn't know about it, so I'm sorry. But let's get your region on this map and let's show the world what you are doing. So the games, as I said, we've completely changed the host city contracts now. They now have requirements, contractual requirements, that they have to reduce and measure their carbon emissions. They have to have a sustainable sourcing plan. They have to do a lot of stuff, basically, so I won't bore you with all of that, but it's just to say that hopefully you'll notice a bit of a difference in Paris. And when you look at this, this is our carbon emissions. You'll see that Paris has halved their carbon emissions compared to London. And the same with Milano Cortina, and then LA and Brisbane are trying really, really hard to really reduce their carbon emissions and their impact as well. So we've said, okay, we want the Olympic movement to come along with us, but we're very aware of the fact that it's not easy and that we have to provide you support in this. So we're saying, okay, let's concentrate on a few core things for this quad. One, sustainability strategies. I wonder really, how many of you in this room have a sustainability strategy? No one. So there we go. Let's really make a difference here, because if you have a strategy, you have a long-term plan, and you can get funding for it, you can go out for sponsors, we can help you write it, all of this. But if you don't have a strategy, it's going to be one-off projects, and you're not going to really maximize that potential. Climate and nature action. We've openly said we want everyone to join the UN Sports for Climate Action Framework. Now we have the Sports for Nature Framework, which we're going to talk about. These are things that you can really use to help you make change. And then sustainable procurement. So really have a think about what we are buying for an Olympic Games. It's not just about environment, it's also about social. There's a lot of child labour rights, for example, which are an issue in our supply chain. So let us help you in making the procurement better. There is support. I know that this is not enough, but I'm just telling you that it's here. We do have awards, we do case studies every year. Again, I don't have enough from your region, and I want to showcase the world about it. We have workshops, we have forums, we have technical groups, we have guidelines, but I know that that's not enough. And actually, me coming here has really highlighted the need for me to get to know you better so that I can help you better. That's really, really important. The other thing of importance is some of our partnerships at the IOC, and I'm telling you about some of these because we're going to talk a little bit about them this afternoon, but they're also here to be able to help you. So use our partnerships for the better of you and to help you. So we're going to hear from Hyacinth from IUCN, who we've been doing a lot with over the last few years. They do a lot of work on our bids, commitments and contracts and venues. We've got UN Environment, who we've been working with since, I keep forgetting, 1970s, 80s, something, a long time anyway. And then the United Nations Climate Change. And the reason I put Deloitte there is, I'll tell you more about it in a moment, but that's something which we've started working on this year, and we are offering you them to really help you in your carbon work. And we really cannot do this alone. I can't do it alone. I don't think any of you can do it alone. So let's just come together really to make the world a better place through sport. And I always sound a bit corny when I say that, but it kind of is true, I think, actually. But also maximizing all of you. Start working as a team for the environment. So you've probably heard, well, I hope you've heard of the UN Sports for Climate Action Framework. And this is really something that the IOC president has openly gone out and said they want every NOC to join this. He wants all of us to come together to tackle climate change for the future of our sports. And its whole objective, it was made by sport for sport. So it's helping us combat climate change through sport. And it brings together sports from all over the world, really some tiny sport organizations to some very big ones, and we're learning from each other. And we're putting together a plan of action to help, so that we've got 300 plus signatories who are really committed to this, including quite a few of you, 5 of you, I think, in this room who have also committed to this. We're not saying you do it on your own. So you have my promise that you will have technical support, one-on-one support, workshops, guidelines. You have it there. You've got dedicated funding. So Olympic Solidarity have said that there's a really special pot for you to take climate action. There's the IOC Deloitte program where once you've joined the framework, I am offering you free consultancy to do that carbon measurement. You don't have to do it on your own. Make use of that. And if any of you are interested in that, please come and talk to me later. Any of you can make use of that. Then we have the recognition. So we have the Climate Action Awards. We have case studies. I've said that I'm missing quite a lot from your region. And I want to get your voice heard as well through our communication channels as well. So I just thought this was actually released a couple of days ago. So this is our winners for the IOC Climate Action Award for this year. And I'm showing it to you because I want to inspire you to apply for next year, where we will be awarding it during the Paris Games. And I would love it if one of you would apply, because you're already doing so much. So why not apply? Because you'd get your name out there and you'd show the world that you are actually taking steps yourselves. Let's hope it works. No sound. Ah. So how many of you have heard of that? Because it's actually new this year. A couple of people. As I said, make use of it. There's prizes, and my president will be awarding the NOCs in Paris. So please do think about it, because you really deserve, actually, to be recognized for the work that you do. Also, don't forget about your athletes. I've heard so much from athletes over the past couple of years. Their voice is getting stronger. They are being impacted, but they can also be part of the solution. I've got an ambassador program. I don't have any ambassadors, again, for your region. The door's open. If you have any athletes who want to speak up and make a difference, we have a training program. It's not an ambassador program for the IOC communications. It's an ambassador program for athletes. So we support athletes who want to do more in climate, have a program that they need funding perhaps, or just want to be able to use their voice better. So please do let me know if you have anyone that might be interested. But this How to Be a Sustainable Champion, I wrote it for athletes, but actually it can be used by anyone. It's more of a people kind of level, like what can we do in our communities to make a difference. So the Sports for Nature was actually launched in December last year. It was because some of us came together, primarily the IOC, UNEP and IUCN, who are here and about to speak, because we felt that sport was not doing enough to protect nature. We were not doing enough to protect our playing fields and our younger generations. And so many people, including in the IOC, say to me, I don't understand what's the connection with sport and nature, what's the connection with climate and nature, which boggles my mind, because climate change is destroying nature. We're the cause of climate change. We can't really look at achieving the climate targets without nature-based solutions. But then when you talk about sport, can you imagine a world where the pollution is so great no one can swim, the pollution is so great that no one can run because of the air? There's waste everywhere, there's disappearing nations, the heat is so bad. We've already seen this in Tokyo, where we had to move the marathon because of the heat. Can you imagine a world like that? How are they going to compete? So for me, nature and climate is so fundamental to the future of our sports that we've got to start understanding this connection. We've really got to start taking action on all of us for the future of our sports. But you've probably had enough of me talking right now, so I'm going to hand over to IUCN, the International Union for the Conservation of Nature, and welcome Hyacinth on the stage to talk you through the work that she does and the state of biodiversity in the Caribbean from her point of view. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Julie, and thank you very much for having me back again. I know some faces in the crowd, but I have some new ones. So my name is Hyacinth Armstrong Vaughan. I work for the International Union for the Conservation of Nature. We are a union, and we are focused on sustaining livelihoods and nature. So our vision is a just world that values and conserves nature, and we do this through influencing, encouraging, assisting societies throughout the world to conserve the integrity and diversity of nature and to ensure that any of the use and the use of those natural resources is equitable and ecologically sustainable. IUCN celebrated 75 years on Thursday, and we are working on a program called Nature 2030, and these are the 5 pillars upon which we focus our work. We're looking at land, water, climate, and oceans with people at the center of all of this. And as Julie indicated, we are driving our climate, we're driving the planet into a different dynamic. How can we try to maintain what we have, restore what we lost, so that we can continue to live and enjoy nature as we know it, but also that our children, grandchildren, and the future can also do this. So we are looking at using these 5 pillars. We recognize the challenges. We're trying to retain what we have, restore what we've lost, utilize the many resources that we have, technological, human, and otherwise, and of course trying to reconnect us all together. And this is a program of work that IUCN is doing. But who really is IUCN? So I said we're the largest environmental network. We are a member organization, so we have over 1,400 members spanning governments, non-governmental organizations, civil society, the like. We are also made up of experts, persons who are experts in various fields of environmental law, various natural resource management areas, climate change. We have all of these persons working within this union to make us a viable body to support nature and have an impact on policy, legislation, and action on the ground in terms of the work that we do in communities. So just to give you a feel, we are a global presence. So our headquarters are based in Switzerland, in Gland. We have 11 regional offices around the world and then 50 country offices, and we're executing our work through projects in over 160 countries. If we hone in on our region, and I will span Central America and the Caribbean, our regional office is for Mexico, Central America, and the Caribbean. It's based in San Jose, Costa Rica. And we have country offices in Honduras, Guatemala, and El Salvador, and then project offices in Barbados, St. Kitts and Nevis, Mexico, and soon to be in St. Lucia. So I represent the Barbados project office. Within our region, so I indicated that IUCN is made up of members. So we have across Central America and the Caribbean, 111 members in 19 countries and territories. And they cover government agencies, and non-government agencies, indigenous groups, and the like. So I think you all know the challenges we have faced in the Caribbean, but we have a lot of assets that we are looking to protect that are supporting us, our economies. And so our colleagues, I think earlier in the week, would have had a chance to learn a little bit more about what we have. We have our mangrove forests, coral reefs, seagrass beds, which are supporting our coastal economies, not just from an economic perspective with the fisheries industries and the tourism industries, but they also offer us coastal protection. And while they may not be as effective now because of the types of storms we have, the intensity of those storms, there's still evidence that the presence of these ecosystems still minimize the damage that we feel when we do have these very strong storms and hurricanes. So they still have a value. Our economies are primarily, well, we tend to focus on the ocean more than the land because we are now considered large ocean states as opposed to small island developing states because we have a lot more water than land. But the land is still very important for us, and we also have resources there in forests that do provide us with water reserves and also protection and soil retention, which is important for us. And then, of course, we have a lot of biodiversity. The Caribbean region is one of 35 biodiversity hotspots. What does that mean? We are a very crucial region. We have very high biodiversity, a lot of endemic species, meaning that a lot of species are in our region that you won't find anywhere else. But they're also very vulnerable and also on the brink of extinction in some cases. So we are considered a biodiversity hotspot. And these are some of the threats that we are facing. Last couple of weeks, we had the heat wave, which is only going to continue as we move ahead and as climate change continues to progress. So we are seeing a lot more forest fires, the disasters through hurricanes, and I can't even say hurricanes are causing a lot of disasters now. We have just heavy rains that are causing problems for us. So we have these effects that we need to figure out how we can adapt to them, and where we can adapt and mitigate, we try to do that. But where we can minimize that impact, we try to do that as well. Sargassum is here to stay with us. It has always been here, but now it's definitely prevalent, and how are we going to address that? There are research has been done by the University of the West Indies, and now it's just a matter of how do we start to address the issues and challenges. And of course, we are developing nations, and our governments are always looking for ways to help to increase our economies, and development is definitely a challenge that we have because we have limited land space. The coastline is always the most attractive location, but it's also the most vulnerable. That's where we have our coral reefs, our seagrass beds, our mangroves, but that's where we want to do a lot of our development. So how do we find that balance? So those are the things that we are trying to work on in the work that we do with the governments and the local communities that we are working on. And so for our region, I'm going to hone in now on the Caribbean, and this is our regional office's portfolio of work. This is how we have spread our work so far in addressing the Sustainable Development Goals, of which there are 17. So we have 19 initiatives right now, and 13 of those are national level initiatives and 6 are regional initiatives. And I'll just give you a flavor for some of the work. And I have some of these cards here, which if you don't have one, please see me afterwards, and you can then be able to dive into a little bit more of each of the projects that I'm going to share with you. So we have 6, well, this is the spread of our work across the region. We're in multiple countries. And the first project that I'm going to highlight is called the Biodiversity and Protected Areas Management Program, BioPAMA. This is the one that I manage for IUCN specifically. It is a global project, so we are working in the Africa, Caribbean, and Pacific states, 79 countries globally. In the Caribbean, it's 15 countries. and we are supporting those countries in addressing the management and governance of spaces we call protected spaces, protected areas. Those are those spaces that are legally designated for biodiversity conservation or some other aspect of protection that the government has. So in the case of St. Lucia, the Pitons Management Area is a protected area. Here in Barbados, it's the Folkestone Marine Reserve. And so across our region, we have a range of marine and terrestrial sites that are protected. So this project is strengthening the ability of our forestry, fisheries departments, all those entities, NGOs that are working on the ground in these areas to improve how they manage and govern those spaces. We have a national project in St. Kitts and Nevis that is looking at transforming degraded forest landscapes into biodiversity and climate-friendly areas of sustainable agricultural production. So this is work that is being done directly with the government of St. Kitts. And this one is scheduled to end in 2025. We are working on plastics, solid waste. This project was recently concluded. It was a global project, but focused in our region in Antigua, Grenada, and St. Lucia. And we worked with those countries to demonstrate effective, quantifiable solutions to addressing plastic generation and leakage. And we have been fortunate to get additional funding to carry on this work in a project that is now starting up called Closing the Caribbean Plastic Tap. So we have increased our reach to include St. Kitts and Nevis and St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And we're going to work with these countries to continue addressing the issue of plastic leakage in particular and how they can handle plastic waste in the country. We have worked as well with countries on access and benefit sharing. So this is looking at the genetic resources that we have in our countries through the biodiversity that we have, and how do we actually start to manage the access to those resources, because we have a lot of research taking place in our countries, known or unbeknownst to our governments, and these resources have benefits that we can derive benefits from. So with respect to this particular project, we worked with 8 countries to develop the legislation required for them to start to put in place what they need to manage these resources. We are working to seek funding on supporting marine spatial planning. So this is a process for how do we manage the marine space in particular, all the users within the marine space. There's a process, a procedure of how we can start to bring all the local actors together to determine how they utilize the space. The Organization of Eastern Caribbean States Commission, OECS Commission, would have done some work already with the member states of the OECS to develop marine spatial plans. And so this project is going to look at how we can actually start to mobilize that plan within the countries to begin putting frameworks in place to manage the marine space a little better. So that's just an idea of some of the work that we do within our regional office. As I indicated, IUCN is a global organization, and there are other initiatives which I didn't mention before in my previous presentation, but while we may be working more with the independent states of the Caribbean, we do have overseas territories in our region, and IUCN does also work in these territories. So while they may not be based out of our office, because of our global network of IUCN, we are able to also support our region as best as possible, because while we are small, we are complex. So how can we do this? And Julie would have indicated that partnerships are very key. We work with the OECS Commission. We're not the only environmental organization working in our region. There are quite a few players around. And so we do have connections with all of those organizations. So while you may be familiar with some of them, for example, the Nature Conservancy, I think the colleague in Guyana mentioned Conservation International, WWF, World Wildlife Fund. We have a lot of organizations working at a regional level, at a national level, at a local level in your countries. So we are in a position to direct you to who is doing what in your region, or as in your country. So the OECS Commission is there. We have our IUCN members, as I indicated, in the 18 countries. We work with government agencies on the different projects, and of course the NGO community. And alongside that, we can also help identify opportunities that may be of interest to help you as you move towards a sustainability strategy or actual action on the ground. We're in a position to at least try to help you identify what might be feasible. So if you want to learn more about IUCN, you can find us at this website, and my email address is there as well. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Hyacinth, is this working? Yes. Thank you. So now we're going to hear from another very important partner of ours, UNEP. No, sorry, no, that was a rubbish introduction. Noemi from UNEP.
But I'm going to ask you a question before, because I feel like everybody is digesting. So I just wanted to know from you, with this topic about climate and nature, how do you relate it to your sports, your own personal practice, or your members? And if you had anything you wanted to say about this, questions to ask so far, you can say, I don't really care so far about this topic, or to tell what you're doing with your work, or how do you see the link between the two? So does anyone want to speak about this, how they perceive their work on sustainability? Yeah, can move around.
Sorry, man, I was going to say this later, but since you've asked for it, me again, everybody. In 2021, the Faculty of Sport held the Frank Worrell Memorial Lecture, and it was delivered that time by the then Prime Minister of Grenada, Keith Mitchell, on climate change and sport. And he issued some action items, including commitments from CARICOM and so on, and OECS on climate change and sport. And one of them, speaking to Ryan's point from earlier this morning, was to have local data and local studies available and so on. So we got a UNDP commissioned report called the Strategic Scoping Study on Climate Change and Sport in the Caribbean. Interestingly, the very first paragraph speaks to the carbon footprint of the IOC being exactly the same as that of Barbados, et cetera, et cetera. But the point is that we have a scoping document and a framework that can be used. The university in general has a UWI Global Institute for Climate Smart and Resilient Development, which is doing a lot of grant-aided work and so on. But what I was actually putting out there is that having the scoping document, having an institute which is looking at climate change and sport, here's a nice opportunity for the three of us to partner, which is CANOC with their specifics, us with the regional approach, and you with the global approach. So I'm putting that out there so you can start thinking along those lines. But a scoping document has been done 2 years ago.
Well, now you can say that the IOC's footprint is half. Anyone else? Yep.
Thank you. I'm particularly nervous as a winter sport person. I think over half the locations that had Winter Olympics since the Second World War could not have them today, which is unsettling. 2 points. The folks from within your bailiwick have been pushing back very hard on a track that is very dear to us in the sport of bobsleigh in Cortina, for the Milano Cortina 2026. I don't know, where that is or what is the thinking behind. Maybe that's not for you.
behind not wanting to go ahead with that project in the context where, you know, we can recycle all the plastics that we want and drive all the EV that we want. If China and India don't cut dramatically their output, we're spinning our wheels, right? So are we working on both fronts? Or as usual, is the small guy going to be doing everything and it really doesn't matter in real terms at the end of the day?
I can say something on that. I do think even the small, we talked about that during the sustainability workshop. There was a very good quote that was said that even the smallest action can really inspire so much and influence so many big communities behind that. I wouldn't, on climate, always say that because the biggest are not cutting their emissions, emissions, that we don't need to do as much on our behalf of where we stand. Especially because the Caribbean, as we saw in the past presentations, is probably the place in the planet is suffering the most from climate change. So we can't really be there sitting, looking at what's happening without acting for it.
Good, thank you. Again, from St. Vincent. Our government has banned plastic bags. Chris, right? That's Chris? I hate him because I'm agreeing with almost every word he's saying, so it sounds like I'm being repetitive. But it's interesting because our government in St. Vincent, for example, has banned the use of plastic bags. So I go to Canada to visit my kids, or I go to Miami or whatever, and you wonder about the sacrifices the rest of us continue to make. And you wonder about people like the IOC, people like the United Nations, who are really good at putting a lot of pressure, I guess, on us small islands, right? While seemingly totally incapable of doing anything about the bigger countries. You wonder about the internal hypocrisies that you see all the time. Having said all of that, however, we have issues. So for example, we, with the help of Julie's people, when we did our building renovation, we put a solar system on our roof. And our bill last month, I think, was -$3. So we're selling more solar power to the grid than we're actually using. So it's a very positive and a good thing. And I'd encourage all of you to obtain the funding, even if it's in your own self-interest, to look at, you know, solar on your properties for electricity, on your Olympic Committee properties. The trouble we have, though, is we, I think, are a signatory also to one of these organizations. And of course, you make these commitments knowing that you can't meet the requirements. So for example, we're supposed to do a baseline study of where we are, right? Keith there will tell you how difficult it is to find a human being in our small islands who either have the capability or the willingness to actually do the work that is required. It's really, really difficult to find. So it's not that we don't want to do it, it's that we need to be able to find people. And once again, unfortunately, sometimes all the international bodies seem to do it to us. They seem to be incapable of understanding that small countries have different needs than huge countries and bigger and medium-sized countries, right? And we keep getting the same demands that we met, whether it's in governance, whether it's in environmental studies, whether it's in, you know, almost every area you see this. So I don't know how that will ever get resolved, because people have to be realistic about what we can and cannot do. We try our best, but we simply don't have, and I'm not talking about financial resources, I'm talking about the people and the capabilities to do certain work. So
I'll start by responding to that. I'm certainly not putting any pressure on you. What I'm saying to you is that we all need to do this, but I'm putting systems in place so that actually it hardly takes any of your time. And what I've been doing with other very small NOCs is actually putting the consultants in from my end, and you have some regional ones that are very good actually that I know, and they're going to train someone from your side. Doesn't have to be in your NOC actually, it could be someone in a university, it could be anyone, so that they can take this forward. I appreciate it very well, and that's what I'm trying to fix at the IOC, so that they don't see everyone the same. And actually I've been having a lot of background conversations with UN climate change, because I'm saying, how can a small NOC cut their carbon footprint by 50%? Because what that actually equates to is your athletes going to competitions, and that's not possible. And they agreed with me. So actually there's a lot of background work that there's now a threshold for NOCs, and those that fall under that threshold will not be held accountable for the 50% reduction. Of course they've got to try. You can't just sit there and say, oh, the bigger ones can do it, while I'm just going to sit back and do nothing. And actually my country's also banned plastic bags. Now that's completely sent me off tangent. But I have no idea what I was going to say now. Yep. Anyway, so all I'm saying is I'm standing here, I understand it, and I'm trying hard to put in systems, but you've also got to do something yourself. And yes, you don't have to reduce by 50%, but the capacity you have to engage people, to engage your ministries, to engage communities, you mustn't forget that, because it's really, really important, actually. And I would say there's some things I've witnessed in this hotel that are falling quite far behind, and I don't think that should be happening, actually. So don't use that as an excuse. Keep going, because your solar project is great.
Hi there, I'm Ben Barr. I've been helping Julie in the IOC deliver the workshop this week. There's something I've witnessed in the world of sport and sustainability from the global perspective, and that is some of those big countries are saying, oh, it's too hard for us. It's too hard for us. The idea behind a stronger voice coming from the Caribbean is to hold a mirror up to that hypocrisy. You know, if sports can take climate action here in the Caribbean, that is a symbol of defiance. It is the stories of your athletes, of your countries, of your successes that will create that momentum and demonstrate climate leadership that will absolutely shame those who have not acted faster. It's, we've known about this for a long time. We really have. But we used to have a decade of action. Now we've got a short amount of time, but everything, the small actions can add up to a much greater story. And that is honestly how we can influence and advocate and change, hopefully, how other countries in the world act and behave.
Yeah, I'm just going to quickly say while the microphone's coming, there are some big NOCs out there who are not doing anything. Imagine if all of you were doing something, I lay a bet they'd start to feel guilty. If one of you get the climate awards and you go up on stage, I bet you some of those presidents from those very big NOCs will be going, oh.
I want to be clear. It's not that we're not doing anything and we're happy to do it. I just want people to appreciate the difficulty it can be done. I should also mention, in our swimming federation, we use basically a salt pool, so there's less chlorinated being generated into the ocean. We also have solar that runs our swimming pool for the most part also. So we're doing it in other areas too. And I want to encourage everyone in here to get on board too. But we do need, we want you all to appreciate the difficulty of finding people, not just within an NOC, but within a country where you've got an NOC with 2 employees basically, or 1 basically full time. And you have these alleged other people who are concerned with the environment who are really doing very little but talk. And you try to get them to come on board to help you to do these baseline plans and measurements and so on. And they're just not there. It's just lack of those kind of resources, and that's a difficult thing for us to find. That's all I was saying. But I really want to encourage you guys to keep up the good work.
No, I 100% agree with you on that.
You'll keep your comment for after, apparently. Okay, so not to put pressure on you, I think idea of organizations like United Nations Environment Programme is for you to use also our network that we have with universities, with governments. It's not to leave you alone in this, it's really for you to use our experts as well in order to support your work. So I was just going to go back very quickly to the link between climate stability, pollution-free planet, and living in harmony with nature. I think you understood from the previous presentation why climate and nature are really intertwined. But basically, what is happening now is that humanity is using about 1.6 times the amount of services that nature can provide. And we know that nature is capable of actually absorbing, so since the 10 past years, it's absorbed more than half of the CO2 emissions through land and through oceans. When we come to a Caribbean example, mangroves are actually 26% of the global cover of mangroves in the wider Caribbean region, and it's shown a decline of 24% since the last 25 years. So nature, we can clearly see that it's our secret ally and for the fight against climate change, and that it can slowly really help to fight against global warming. So, to dive into our work within the Caribbean, so we are in 23 countries in the Caribbean. Our office is in Kingston. We have currently 70 global, regional, and national projects in the Caribbean area. These are a few of the projects that we have. It goes from climate projects that help to mitigate, and also some projects around partnering for green economy, some other projects around blue economy as well, and for marine protection. We have flagship frameworks as well in the Caribbean region, such as the Caribbean Environment Programme and the different states that have abided to the Cartagena Convention that again is trying to fight against marine pollution. So to go further in the work of sports, we have a great example that was undertaken in September 2023 that was linking the work of UNEP and sports together. And what is good about this example as well is that it's linking athletes from different teams. So there was the under-17 football team from Jamaica and with the senior volleyball team. So they were gathered for the International Cleanup Day with youth from vulnerable communities to actually inspire action around this topic of plastic pollution. And it worked really well because it then led to conversations in schools where athletes came as ambassadors to show their commitment to environment. So it's really great to see how sports ambassadors can then be a cluster for more environmental commitment and inspire youth to ask the questions and not make this an elite topic, and really inspire through sports that is a kind of horizontal language and really encompassing the whole of the community to have youth involved on this topic. So for UNEP, I am happy to answer any of your questions when we are drinking rum tonight, because I didn't want to bore you too long with a long presentation about our work. And I think we'll continue afterwards on the work of Sports for Nature. So on Sports for Nature framework, it complements the Sports for Climate Action framework. And again, the idea is not to put more pressure on you. We are here to support, we are here to help with IUCN as well as the IOC. And the other partners also, there's a CBD Secretariat as well as Sales of Change. So as Julie said earlier, it was launched in December 2022, and it aims to drive transformative action in order to protect and restore nature. So as we saw before, without nature, there's basically no sports. There's no pitches for football, no oceans for sailing, no snow for skiing and doing any kind of competition. So sports is a victim as well as a contributor of nature depletion. There was a lot of good concrete examples yesterday of how athletes are being really victims as well of the heating. But for example, in Tokyo, during the Olympics in 2021, there was athletes passing out due to severe severe heat, and they had like severe health problems afterwards. And the Beijing Olympic Games were the first one that were done with complete artificial snow. So this is why we're having an interest in sports, because we really think that they're actually being victims of environments, and also because we think they can have a great impact by the influence that they have, the unlimited reach that sports have, and also by the dependence they have on nature and the relationship that sports has to nature. So the framework that I was talking about, that was launched in December 2022, is structured around 4 different principles. So I'll give concrete examples so that you understand what are these 4 principles about. So the first and second one are kind of binded together, and the idea is basically to take action to protect nature and avoid damage, and second, to restore and regenerate nature. So to put the great work of the Cayman National Olympic Committee to celebrate it, we heard about the wonderful mangrove restoration projects that they had yesterday. And for instance, they really had a great partnership with the Department of Environment of the country in order to work first around mangrove restoration using recycling bottles, and they will have projects that will probably give interest to seagrass restoration as well as coral reef restoration. For the third principle, so to understand and reduce risks to nature in your supply chains, I'll just show a quick video of what does that mean. So this was done by the leading committee of Rio, and shows how you can reflect on your supply chains for some of the sport materials, sorry. Sorry. So this was for you to explore how you can actually influence the whole consumption pattern that you have with your providers and your suppliers. And the fourth principle is about educating and inspiring positive action for nature across and beyond sport. So that we spoke about again yesterday, but it's the power of how you can use social media as well as partnerships with as well universities. And we have the Costa Rica Olympic Committee that worked on education programs, for instance, that really pushed more environmental awareness. I won't start that again. So why join the Sport for Nature framework? So again, the idea is really not to put more pressure on you. It's really to accompany you in this process to make sure that you are aware that you can access to a network of experts. You will receive some tailored guidance. There's already some resources that are available online that were produced between the IUCN and the IOC. There's also a report that was done by UNEP in 2022, a kind of baseline of how you can assess your relationship to nature. So there is guidance that is there. You can identify efficiencies in your operations. We already have a global community that is existing because we have currently 41 signatories of the framework that comprises national Olympic committees as well as other type of organizations. We have local clubs, we have big federations and events. You can establish new partnerships, so I won't repeat again, but with the networks that we have with governments as well as universities, experts, really you have people that you can rely on and build your nature team with. And then, of course, there's best case studies that exist all around the world that can actually be replying to the same challenges that you're facing so that you can then be inspired by them and replicate. So what is expected from the signatories is to do a commitment, a yearly commitment, to report on it, to act upon the commitments, and to engage within the community. So far, we have conducted working groups that are co-led by the signatories around the different principles and have been working really well. And we also did several webinars to really, again, support the signatories in their journey. So I'll end up here, but I just wanted to say the aim, I think the process that we think you could start on this Sports for Nature journey is first build the partnerships to build a nature team, a baseline assessment, again relying on experts that are available to think about your operations as well as your consumption regarding your impact to nature, as well as then build a plan to set your ambition, start simple and then gradually build up. Influence your members, your suppliers, your community, and then track and communicate and celebrate your success. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Noemi. You want to talk? Can I just grab the ticker? Oh, sorry.
No, thank you, Brian. And this is something that President Joseph and I speak about all the time. You know, we'll be glad to set the example, but what we don't want to happen is for us to be the ones making the sacrifice while the developed world continues doing what they're doing. And I'm hopeful that when President Bach meets with President Xi, in addition to being congratulated for not introducing politics into sport, that he would have taken the opportunity to say to President Xi that what his country is doing is endangering the Olympic movement. I think that is important. And I hope that IOC is involved when they go to the Paris Accords and they agree on all these things and then either abandon it or Rishi Sunak, in the interest of politics, says that he's pushing back all these agendas while we are, as usual, in the Caribbean, down here carrying water with basket. Right? So part of what we have to do is to hold other people to account directly. And I know that the President and the General Secretary are good for that, but we need to stand up and push back on these issues and not just be going along, you know.
Completely agree. And actually this next video will show you something that we worked on. Some of you may have seen it because it's a couple of years old now, but we decided to put a group of athletes together who have already been vocal, and we created the video for COP so that we could go from sports to the leaders of the world and tell them our voice. And actually it was shown a lot of people picked it up. So I wanted to show it to you because it's about our athletes talking to our leaders. So thank you for bringing that so well.
Dear leaders of the world,
voices have gone, sorry.
We as athletes chase excellence in the face of challenges.
To overcome obstacles.
To lead the pack.
To go faster, higher, stronger.
We delivered.
Meeting goals that others believe impossible.
Tokyo and the people of Japan delivered.
Each game seeks to deliver a lasting legacy. Many of our sports are already under threat.
And sport is just one part of a much greater global picture.
We did our utmost this summer.
And we know that when we strive to achieve our best, others come with us.
This is the race we need to win.
At COP26,
The Olympics of Climate Summits.
we need you to lead us.
To show real ambition and courage.
Working together to secure the future that we all depend on.
To forge the ultimate legacy.
A healthy, safe Earth for all.
Yours, athletes of the world.
So our athletes are talking to you. I don't know how many politicians actually took note of that, but the media did, and let's hope that some of the politicians did actually listen to our athletes. So I think I've spoken about this already, but we really need to all take action. If there's one thing that you do, is to take action. I can stand here and I can blame so many people in my own country as well, actually. But I'm going to do it, and I want you to do it too. So in the last few days, we've had our sustainability workshop, of which some of you were part of that. And I just wanted to share with you some of the commitments that we decided to do, because it's all well and good talking about doing all this and doing that, but actually we wanted to come out of that with some clear actions. So the UNEP commitments, do you want to talk about that yourself, or you want me to run through it? Okay. So UNEP have stood up over the last couple of days and made these commitments to you. So they will co-develop the regional plan for the Caribbean with CANOC, IOC and IUCN. They'll co-develop with us and IUCN a Sports for Nature training program that you can all make use of. They'll identify platforms, universities, youth networks to support nature action for sports. They'll support you with government engagement on climate and nature. And they will build on the knowledge and experience from other regions to strengthen the Caribbean approach for engaging on environment issues in the world of sports. So thank you to Naomi for making those commitments. For IUCN have done the same. So they've said that they would develop with us a Sports for Nature training program as well. They've already promised to support the Barbados Olympic Association in mapping and understanding their relationship to nature. And I'm sure that they would also help any of you in this room as well who would want their support. They're going to develop a Sports for Nature media and communications toolkit. And they're going to identify and fund one pilot project per region based around any of those 4 principles. So I urge you all to get your thinking caps on and put in proposals for a project, because they are willingly saying that they will support and fund one project for your region. And my commitments, I don't know how they got so long, but anyway, there we go. So develop a concept note on a regional plan for inclusion within the CANOC mandate. Provide guidelines for NOC's stakeholder mapping. That was something that people have asked me for. Create a regional sustainability NOC working group. Develop an athlete training and advocacy toolkit for Paris 2024. Create a document for greener energy use in infrastructure. Capture all NOCs in the region who are interested within the Deloitte program. Create a regional system for data collection. Connect NOCs globally on mangrove restoration to share information and best practices. Create a paper on potential educational programs for learners at different levels and different ages. And capture videos and case studies of all of your region for the IOC to showcase. So I'm going to be busy up until now, until Christmas. So NOC commitments, these are the commitments that you stood up a couple of days ago and made from yourselves. So create a commission or subcommittee within your NOC to advance sustainability in and through sport. Connect with government ministries and agencies to discuss the role of sport for collective impact. Join the Sports for Climate Action Framework and or the Sports for Nature Framework. Come together to push for more education, awareness and advocacy, and support CANOC in a regional strategy. So there are many other actually commitments, but I've tried to summarize them into what was said in the last couple of days. So thank you very much for those. And then for the CANOC commitments, I would actually like to bring on stage the President, Keith, to say a few words on his commitments and also finish off this session. I did ask him beforehand.
Thank you very much again to Julie, Noemi, Ben, and everyone. Just quickly, as we bring this 10th CANOC workshop to a close, just be reminded that the bus leaves, it will be confirmed either the lobby or the ground floor at 6:30 p.m. sharp for the Barbados Olympic House. And as soon as the President is finished his wrap-up and farewell for this session, we will have, the break has been turned into a meet, greet, and mingle outside, share refreshments before you head out. So on that note, friends, I know I've been advised by 3 different memos that there is a group photo immediately after the President closes. Mr. President?
Thank you, Brian. By way of rounding off on the last part of our presentation today with regard to our commitment to climate action, we are aware that while most of our NOCs signed the base document in Seoul during the last CANOC General Assembly, many have not in fact filled the application for Sport for Climate Action. And so one of our commitments, and it will take the form of a resolution that will be put before you, you will receive it if you haven't already from the Secretariat, that we encourage all of our NOCs to please submit that application document. Many of us continue to suggest when proposals are put on the table that the major problem is getting access to funding. But happily, Olympic Solidarity produces an annual report. It's a public document. And in that report, we get an analysis of how many of our NOCs do not actually access available funding. So it's kind of difficult for us to be requesting or insisting that the problem that we have with getting many of our projects done is that we need more funds. When we analyze the fact sheet, many of us have not applied for the available funds. Now that is a problem in the Caribbean because the Caribbean Development Bank will also tell you there are a number of projects that the governments don't access at all, and so much money is left in the kitty. Even at the level of Pan Am Sports, we consider that is also a challenge. But we have an opportunity to make our contribution to a segment of our lives, namely sustainability of our societies, bearing in mind that as people involved in sports, we contribute to the problem. We have challenges getting a proper cleanup. We have challenges with using perhaps too many plastic bottles at our events, etc. So we contribute as persons involved in sport to the problem. And it is only fair that we help solve the problems that we help create. And we have information from the workshop as to the opportunities for helping to solve the problems. And so we urge our members to do so as quickly as possible. CANOC undertakes to follow up with our members and with the IOC department relative to the meeting of those commitments. In terms of wrapping up our session today, it was mentioned this morning that some of our presenters, or all of our presenters, were amazed at the participation level of all of you. But I think that is to be expected given the fact that we have grown. We are now at age 21. And I think that it will continue to grow. Our engagement with the University of the West Indies, and you will get that document this evening, allows us to feel a lot more secure in terms of our advancement and the progress that we are making. That we have our region's education institution, our premier education institution, working with us, and all of the research that Ryan was talking about this morning as necessary, the data that we would require for all of our actions going forward. I think if we could get that done and get it done well, then we are off in another direction in terms of our progressive development. But we also have our Vice President, Carson, working at 2 other educational institutions for the future in terms of the relationship that they would like us to have as an institution with them. One is the University of Victoria, and the other is the University College of the Cayman Islands. And the capacity for us to work also with the University of the West Indies in helping us coordinate and collaborate with these other institutions could only rebound to the benefit of our various member organizations. I know that we are about doing well in sport. But you know, over the years, as was mentioned this morning by the presenters, the International Olympic Committee has seen the importance of expanding, of even changing its motto. Not just fire, higher, stronger, but faster, higher, stronger together, right? And there is a sense in which us at CANOC need to determine really what are our roles in our respective societies. What are our roles in the Caribbean space that we occupy? Really and truly, are we doing enough? Because in sport, we have grassroots programs, which means we are impacting the socialization process of children. We have youths. We have young adults. We have people who, through Sport for All, we say you should adapt or adopt a holistic lifestyle that allows you to be an example to others in our communities. So we are constantly interacting with people. And that process of socialization requires of us that we become examples. We become exemplars for those with whom we come into contact. And so it is important for us to determine within our institutions, how do we structure our institutions to allow for the education components to receive adequate attention, for the Sport for All section to receive adequate attention, for our project writing and our procurement of funding and our accountability. My president always talks about accountability and is very quick at writing up policies with regard to finance, fundraising, and accountability. The IOC continues to give us more funding, and they demand of us higher levels of accountability. They demand transparency of us. But we also need to understand, as many of you were saying today, that we cannot rely only on the International Olympic Committee, nor must we seek to rely only on them. We must not only rely on government, nor must we seek to be reliant only on them. We have to continue to engage others, to recognize that our athletes can also assist us in terms of being good ambassadors and accessing greater levels of sponsors for our engagement in sport. We have to recognize that the group of stakeholders is continually expanding. So too are the opportunities for us to do more in terms of our contribution to our societies and to the sports that we try to bring under our umbrella. But we also have to understand that as we go forward, more will be expected of us from our athletes, from our coaches, from our administrators, the clubs, etc. And we ask you to read and follow what is happening in sport. Few would have thought that LIV would have emerged and transformed the world of golf. It is happening. The Crown Prince mentioned, if through sport he can get his gross domestic product to increase by 1%, then it is well worth the investment. That's where sport is heading. And we have to understand that it's not just the IOC we have to be concerned about. It has to be our international federations, our national federations and their relationship with the international federations on the one hand and the International Olympic Committee on the other, and all of those other institutions that we are part of. And we cannot remain and retain a legacy of keeping our hands outstretched, always looking for someone else to help us. We have collectively to help ourselves, exchange the information, share best practices, because there's so much that we can learn from each other. Even within this room, we know some are more advanced than others. But let us be open enough to share those best practices so that together we can, in fact, move the Caribbean forward and feel that we have made our contribution to the development of our respective societies. I want to thank all of the presenters today. I want to thank the grouping that has been here with us for the whole week. I know you've enjoyed Barbados and you've enjoyed our Caribbean hospitality. I want to thank the translators for the tremendous work that we've put you through today and all of the technicians who have helped. And last but not least, to the members of the Barbados Olympic Association and one of our founders, Steve Stout, for your presence and for all that you have done for us. Before we close, I'll ask Sandra, our host, to address you.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to follow up on the Secretary General's invitation in relation to later this evening to say that what we have planned for you is two things. First of all, when we go up to our Olympic Center, we're going to head to the gymnasium, which is right next door. And in the gymnasium will be the some matches in a sport, an indigenous sport called road tennis. So we'd be very happy if you all can sit in on that and see what we have developed in Barbados. It's called the poor man's sport, and it really is a sport that took the materials that we had at hand and created a sport which is very similar to table tennis, but with its own equipment and played on the road, basically. And then right next door is the National Olympic Center, and we have a reception there planned for you. So it's very easy to move between the two locations, 6:30 p.m. in the lobby, and we'll head off to the Garfield Sovers Sports Complex. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, everyone. That's, we invite everyone to come for the group photo. So please come forward. And for those looking on live stream, courtesy Riveting Media, thank you for tuning in. The 10th annual CANOC workshop, Barbados 2023, is over. And the live stream will begin at 8:30 a.m. tomorrow morning. And that's just a reminder for everyone to be in the room at 8:30 a.m. sharp. Amongst the persons who will be speaking at the formal part of the General Assembly is the Minister. Yeah. Yes, we'll have remarks from the Honorable Charles Griffith, Minister of Youth, Sports and Community Development, Empowerment, correct? Is confirmed? Yes. So let's. And remember, please, tomorrow is full regalia, formal. Okay, the president of the BOA has asked me to convey this evening, contrary to earlier information, is casual, not resort casual. That is, this evening is casual, not resort casual. Ben, casual, not resort casual. Okay, folks, please come forward. Let's get the photo, group photo over and done, and then refreshments, and 6:30 p.m. in the lobby.